Welcome, everybody.
Recording in progress.
Tonight is the regular meeting of the City Council of Louisville, Colorado. And if we could get a roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Here.
Councilmember Fahey. Mayor Lay.
Here.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Here.
Councilmember Hefner.
Here.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Here.
Councilmember Kern.
Okay, if you join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Right. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda tonight?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the next part of the meeting is our public comments on items not on the agenda and items on the consent agenda. If you would like to speak, you can speak on any topic other than those two, other than the items not on the agenda, and you can speak on items on the consent agenda. If you come up to, fill out a card, bring it to the clerk. She'll call your name, come up to the mic and introduce yourself and tell us whether you're a Louisville resident or not. You have 3 minutes to say your piece, and you don't have to use the whole 3 minutes, but you can. If you want to pool your time with somebody else, you can pool your time with one or a number of people, and you can speak for up to 6 minutes. Again, you don't have to speak the whole time, but you have to be able to point to somebody, and they have to agree that, in fact, you were pooling your time. And you can do that online as well. Welcome, Councilmember Fahey. So, all opinions are welcome. The one thing we'd ask you to do is to not boo or clap or anything like that. It's hard enough getting up in front of a crowd. For many people, we don't really want to deter anybody, and we'd like to hear from everybody who might want to come up and share something. So with that in mind, do we have anybody who would like to give public comment?
Up first is Louis Delaware, followed by Gary Mansdorfer.
Just wondering what the city is planning on doing regarding the Jeffco Regional Airport. It seems as though the traffic patterns have changed radically from one year to the next. There are some maps that show from July of last year that the traffic was going over most of Louisville. Now it seems to be going over most of western Louisville, which is very noticeable for us at all times of the day. Here it as early as 5:30 in the morning. I'm not against having air traffic, but it should be something that should be shared. The burden should be shared among many other people, not only in Louisville, but in the other area. And I appreciate the difficulties that Superior has, because they're right in the flight path, but it is what it is. But we're getting a lot more traffic noticeably over our neighborhood. So, thank you.
Thank you, Louis.
Next up is Gary Mansdorfer.
Same subject. 3.5 years ago, we lost our house in the Marshall Fire. We moved to Broomfield. We weren't sure if we were going to move back to Louisville, but over a couple years, we really longed to be back in Louisville because, as you all know, it's a great place to live, and we really wanted to be here. So for the last 1.5 years, we've been rebuilding a house. We just moved it back in this week, and all of a sudden, it's not so great to live in Louisville anymore. The airplane, at least on the west end of Louisville where we live, the airplane traffic is just in the last 4 to 6 weeks has just become terrible. I mean, every few minutes you got these planes buzzing overhead, and it's awful. You know, it took Louisville from being a great place to live to being not such a great place to live. I realize city council doesn't have control over this. You guys can't just pass a law and make it go away. What I would like to hear in the coming days or weeks is some statements from people on council about, first, whether you recognize that there is a problem, and number two, whether you feel that there's a role for the city to get involved in this problem. You know, certainly the city, the town of Superior has advocated for their people over the years. The big difference is they're, you know, right close to the airport. We're not. All the years we've lived here for like 26 years, it hasn't been a problem until like 6 weeks ago. So I'm hoping that City Council will recognize this is a serious problem for a lot of the citizens here and start making a plan to get involved and advocate for the people of Louisville. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Others? Okay. All right. Thank you to those who participated. Do we have anybody online who's wanting to speak? Looks like not. Okay, good. Just so you know, we can't respond as a council to the items that are raised in public comments, and that's because they are by definition not on the agenda. So, but we hear them, and you're welcome to, do what we will with those. And if you have other thoughts, please get a hold of us. All right. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Next is council informational comments and committee reports. Do we have informational comments and committee reports from any council member tonight? Okay. Moving on, next is the city manager's report.
Good evening. So two things. This Thursday night, we have the mayor's meeting. We've concluded the ward meetings. The mayor's meeting is Thursday night at 6 p.m. at the Recreation Center. And then next week on Tuesday, August 12th, we do have a special council meeting where we will be discussing the flock cameras. So thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is Italian American Heritage Day proclamation. I'm going to read that now. A proud 30% Sicilian American. We have at least one other Sicilian American on the dais right now. All right. This is one of the things that's coming up is Festa, which I think is the 23rd. Believe that. No. Sunday. Sorry. It's coming up right quick. So in anticipation of that, and if I just read the proclamation, I probably would have seen that. Whereas on the second Sunday in August, the Louisville Society of Italian Americans celebrates La Festa to honor the achievements and contributions of Italian immigrants and their descendants living in Louisville, Colorado. And whereas the contributions and legacy of Italians and Italian Americans played a vital role in making Louisville the vibrant and notable city that it is, and whereas it is fitting and appropriate to proclaim a day to celebrate the contributions by the Italian community to our city, and whereas the goal of the day is to invite the public to the annual La Festa Italiana de Louisville to celebrate the rich culture that Italians brought and bring to our city. And whereas such a commemoration will bring people of goodwill together to gain a greater appreciation for the roles played by Italians and Italian Americans in shaping our city, and whereas such a day encouraging cultural awareness will contribute to vital understanding and mutual respect for the bonds that hold our society together, and whereas Italian Heritage Day is inclusive for all members of the community and reaffirms the importance of celebrating part of Louisville's mixture of cultural identities. Now, therefore, the Louisville City Council proclaims August 10, 2025 as Italian American Heritage Day in the city of Louisville, Colorado. I would move that we proclaim August 25, 2010 as Italian American Heritage Day.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Right. Thanks. Next is ordinance number 1899, series 2025, an ordinance amending titles 4 and 14 of the Louisville Municipal Code to establish a maximum speed limit for bicycles on bike paths and trails within the city. This is a second reading and the public hearing. It was advertised on the City of Louisville website on July 14th, 2025. Opening the public hearing and ask for any disclosures. Okay. In a public hearing on an ordinance, there are 2 full rounds of public comment, and we have been experimenting a little bit with how we do this, but what we're going to do is to have the staff presentation and then a first round of public comment, council questions and comments, and then second round of public comment. The council will then talk amongst ourselves about the measure, and will, at the end, take a motion and vote one way or another. Staff presentation on this? Chief?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. I'm Rafael Gutierrez, Chief of Police. The proposed amendment before you is an amendment to the Open Space Title IV and Parks and Recreation Title 14 of the City of Louisville's Municipal Code. Would establish a maximum speed limit of 15 miles per hour on paths and trails within the city for bicycles. Those are city-owned paths and trails. The City Council held first reading on July 8th, 2025, and I provided an overview of the proposed amendment and a summary of previous discussions about bicycle safety. The proposed speed limit aligns our city with neighboring jurisdictions that also have a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit on their paths and trails. Many of our paths span across jurisdictions, and this will provide some uniformity within our area. The proposed amendment would prohibit riders from operating either a bicycle or electric bicycle on city-owned and officially designated bike paths at trails on trails at speeds in excess of 15 miles per hour. The city currently allows for Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes to be ridden on paths and trails, but not Class 3 e-bikes, nor do they allow low-power scooters. This ordinance does not change that. The ordinance also does not affect established roadway speed limits within our community. Some considerations to include are the data suggests that 3% of roadway conflicts involve bicycles, enforceability being balanced with capacity and other police priorities, potential costs associated with installation of signs, markings, and public education and communication. And finally, staff does recommend the approval of the amendment to reinforce responsible and safe riding habits within the trails and paths in the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have public comment?
Up first is Mark Cathcart, followed by Susan McEachern.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Manager, Deputy City Manager, staff, and Police Chief Gutierrez. Thank you for your service. I hope you had the opportunity to review my written submission. I have some additional remarks. First, as proposed, the ordinance seems to ignore two-wheel scooters. This makes no sense. Segway, yes, it still exists, markets 10 traditional scooters that all exceed 15 miles per hour. One is listed at store.segway.com as built for off-road dominance. Are these included, banned, or just overlooked? What is a person per municipal code? I'll look it up, not my job. Ask yourselves, if a 12-year-old boy is stopped on the trail doing 20 miles per hour, Is he required to have ID? What action will be taken if he doesn't have ID? Will he be arrested, taken home, his bicycle in the police vehicle, or to the police station until he can prove his identity? A 12-year-old. What is perhaps most important is that cyclists rarely travel at maximum speed. Our actual pace is shaped by frequent stops and concessions to vehicle traffic. In my own case from Saturday, 10% of my time was lost simply waiting to cross vehicle lanes. That's not inconvenient, it's systemic. Louisville trails look great on a map, but in reality, they're indirect and out of the way for daily routes. And with few bike lanes, they're getting around is still safely is still a major challenge. It took me over a mile longer than a car would have taken to get to FedEx on Saturday. Drivers are able to travel at 25 to 45 miles per hour on the same journey, depending on the roads taken. At legal speed, this would take 50% of the time of a very fast cyclist. I'm not that. Yet many, I dare say all drivers, still speed at some point on that journey. Yes, being overtaken by a cyclist going 20 miles per hour on the trail can feel unnerving, but statistically, you're far less likely to suffer serious harm than you would in far more lethal scenario of a large truck speeding just feet away from you on Louisville roads. Please do not pass this tonight and work on education. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark.
Next up is Susan, followed by Mike.
Hello, I'm Susan McEachern. I'm speaking as chair of the Open Space Advisory Board and later as myself as an individual Louisville citizen. Firstly, I would say that the Open Space Advisory Board strongly supports a 15-mile-per-hour speed limit on open space and other city trails. OSAB also strongly supports limiting access to Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes only. Both initiatives would align us with our neighboring communities, as the chief mentioned, and it would also provide continuity and reduce confusion as a biker crosses from one town to the next on a continuous trail. Lewis has a policy aligning with the state limiting access to Class 1 and 2 only, but that information can only be found on the city website. It's really not available in any public setting at all. And I would really advocate for much more public presentation of that limitation. We as a board haven't discussed the following idea, so I'm proposing it as an individual citizen. But I would like to suggest that if this limitation is accepted and included in the ordinance, that the speed limit signs list the Class 1 and 2 requirements, and that new wayfinding signs include that information as well. At present, open space trailheads only list no motor vehicles allowed, which is a very confusing statement given the fact that we allow Class 1 and 2 e-bikes. Or it will say only authorized motor vehicles. So there's a lot of confusion and lack of clarity about what is allowed and what is not allowed on open space trails. We also urge City Council to consider how the ordinance will be enforced. I know there's a lot of debate about that subject, and I think it deserves more consideration. Thank you.
Susan.
Next up is Mike, followed by Janet.
Evening, Council. My name is Mike Page. I'm a resident of Lafayette. I live on Euclid Circle, but I'm a frequent user of Louisville trails as a biker. I just left the Lafayette City Council meeting. I addressed them on the same topic. And when I read this morning in the Camry, you're having a public hearing on the speed limit, I said, I've got to try to make it. Because I want to stop you from making the same mistake they did. In June 2023, they set the speed limit at 15 miles an hour. I'm a daily user on the Wanaka Lake Trail when I walk my dogs, and many, many times it's like holding a grade school recess on South Boulder Road. in a school zone, because you can always count on the drivers that stop and slow down, right? In June, I was run into by a biker coming down a steep slope, didn't have time to stop, didn't have room to stop, didn't have time to avoid running into me. And it's going to be happening more and more if you leave the speed limit 15 miles an hour. Mainly because, while 15 miles an hour is under consideration, 16 miles an hour is considered a speeding or racing speed, okay? So I would like to stop you from making the same mistake that Lafayette did. I hope that they go ahead and correct that now. In June 2023, their rationale for adopting 15 miles an hour was, well, everybody else does it. Just like what I heard here tonight. Everybody else does it. Well, everybody makes the same mistake, if that's the case. You got to think about pedestrian safety. You've got to think about safety of all the users. Get people to slow down to a reasonable speed. I challenge anybody to come tell me where that 15 mile an hour limit came from. As far as I've been able to find, it comes from an AASHTO design manual, which designs trails. And specifically, they're talking about designing a trail that's rural, straight, no obstructions, not like the trails we see in Lafayette and Louisville. So you need to take that in consideration. You need to take into consideration the mixed use of the trails, take care of pedestrian safety, add 5 seconds of transit time for bikers. Who cares? You know, I don't know why they get so upset about that. Enjoy the scenery, enjoy the trails, let everybody enjoy the trails, let everybody feel safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Next up is Janet.
Hi, can you hear me? My name's Janet Kaiser. I own Kaiser Lock and Key Service, and we have service vans that frequent through the downtown area. And my concern is not as much about the trails, which I know is maybe a little off, but I wanted to approach council about better education for our young e-bike riders. A couple of years ago, when we experienced the e-bike riders in the middle school mostly, that we would be driving through downtown, they actually seemed to have a pretty good regard for an intersection, say with a couple of stop signs, and then the other way having no controlled traffic at all. And you would see the kids slow down and stop, almost as though their parents had taught them to be aware of the fact that, you know, if you yield and make sure the car's stopping, it'll be to your advantage, you won't get hit. Since the price of e-bikes has gone down substantially, there's a lot more kids riding them. And I really feel that maybe in line with some of this discussion about the trails, that the education, especially for our young riders, is super important. And I would go about talking more about safety and them learning how to navigate through traffic correctly. A lot of them don't. And they go flying around corners, and the cars are right there, and an accident's bound to happen. I don't know if any's happened thus far. So I don't know a great deal about the trail part of it. I realize that's what this particular discussion and amendment's about, but I want to really encourage council on this same note to go ahead and bring in a lot of bike safety, again, for our younger riders. I don't know if a license maybe is in order, or a test, or some presentations at the schools, especially the middle school, but I'd like to encourage and see that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet.
Nobody
Any
else?
others? Okay. Let's take our first round of council questions. Does anyone on council have questions to ask of staff? Yes, Councilmember Hamilton, and then Councilmember Hefner.
Two questions, Chief. So the first is within the ordinance as currently written, and you mentioned this verbally, it talks about city-owned paths. I just want to confirm that we don't have any county-maintained or owned paths that would be considered on this.
I guess as far as I know, it will only include city-owned. I don't know if there's any if there are any county paths that come through our own city parks. I don't believe there are, but this would only apply to City of Louisville-owned parks and pathways within those park systems.
Okay. I guess I don't know if I see Director Blackmore is on. I don't know if he has any information on that, but I would be curious to understand if there's any county paths that intersect within the city. And then my second question is regarding the scooters. So as written again, specifically e-bikes, has there been thought about the scooters as well, and any explanation as to why they're not included in this ordinance?
Yeah, so the initial approach was to address e-bikes and bicycles on the pathways, and so that was the focus. The current ordinance does include other means of conveyance as being allowed or not allowed, but we focus specifically on the bicycle safety aspect.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to that last public comment we got, could you put this ordinance in the context of the city's broader campaign, reaching out to BVSD and so on?
Yeah, so since May of last year, the city's been involved in a pretty extensive campaign in which we've engaged with local retail shops to try to educate consumers at the purchase end about what exactly is an e-bike, what are the capabilities, to try to direct the consumer to purchasing the most appropriate style of e-bike for their children, their teenager. We've also engaged the school district with some informational campaign at Back to School last August. We plan to do that again this coming in a couple weeks. And then in September, October, we're planning to do a bicycle safety event with the school districts, primarily at Louisville Middle School. And the intent of that is to provide educational opportunities for really the target group that we have concerns with. The target group that we've identified is really those 10-year-old to 15-year-old riders that don't quite understand the rules of the road in its entirety. So really focusing the educational campaign on that targeted group. Again, addressing some educational opportunities at the point of sale. And then our open space rangers have done a campaign as well about share the trail, share the pathways. And so we have put a lot of information out on our website during community engagement events. We did partner with a group of Girl Scouts to create a Safe Rider contract at the middle school. So we've done a lot of partner and collaboration with community groups and stakeholders to really try to push the educational component. From the police department perspective, we also have focused a lot on the education versus the enforcement. So our officers are aware that this is a concern. They do see poor riding behavior, and when they do see that, they are making those contacts. We have had occasions where we found that a rider was on what's actually classified as a low-powered scooter, and the parents thought it was a Class 2, Class 3 e-bike. So we did some education with the rider. We had the parents come to the scene, take the bike home, because a low-powered scooter has a lot more capability than a Class 2 or Class 3 e-bike. Those are the bikes that typically can run 40 to 50 miles per hour. And so there's definitely a concern there. And at the state level, they're actually required to have a driver's license, insurance, and a form of state registration for the low-powered scooter. So that would, if you want to kind of as an example, it'd be like a moped-style vehicle. So we've done a lot of those educational contacts. And we really are, again, aware of that aspect. We also are aware that typically we're contacting kids between the ages of 11 and 15. So, the education we feel is a lot more impactful in that regard than simply issuing a traffic ticket to somebody who's riding, who may not know the rules of the road. And so I think that's kind of the approach that we've been taking.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. I was kind of just bringing up a couple of the questions or comments that some of our residents made. Is there a way then, you were bringing up the scooters, they're maybe mistaken by even the owner as some type of an e-bike. Is there a way for us to put signage or better identify that anything that is not identified specifically as a Class 1 or 2 is not allowed? Like, we wouldn't allow a scooter on our trails, is that correct?
That's correct. Low-power scooters are not allowed on the city's trails. So we do have an informational flyer that's on our website as well under our e-bike resource tab on the police department's website. And it's a pretty good informational, I guess, piece of information. It has photographs. It has an explanation. One of the concerns that we run into is e-bikes are not, we can't just look and identify a class 1, 2, 3, or even a low-powered scooter. So if we see poor riding behavior, we can make the contact. That gives us a lawful reason to make the contact. It's at that point that we're looking to see, is this a low-powered scooter? Are you under the age of 16? Do you not have a license, insurance, and things like that? But we're finding that those are actually class 2 e-bikes, and so it's an appropriate bike per state classification for anybody to ride. So then we focus on the behavioral component. So we do have that resource information available. Like I said, we do hand it out at community events, and it is available through our website with pictures and kind of a description of each of the different classifications and what's required.
And you were mentioning when Councilmember Hamilton asked that you were focusing on the bike and the e-bike, specifically with the speed limit on the trails. Is this also the appropriate place for us to identify that speed limit would apply to motorized vehicles like, I'm going to say scooter, but more of the, not the illegal ones, the motorized, I don't know, I mean, like the little ones that people use that to me, they don't go very fast, but I'm learning they can go faster than 15. Those are allowed on trails or?
No, so motorized conveyance are not allowed on the trails. The exception that's been made, and I think it was an interesting comment, the e-bikes are motorized, but e-bikes are specifically listed as allowable on the trail system. So class 1 and class 2 e-bikes are specifically listed on the ordinance as being allowed within the trail system.
Okay.
But motorized vehicles would not be allowed on the system.
Like, so anything that is motorized other than an e-bike is not allowed?
Correct.
Except for handicap reasons access. And then how would you address if there was somebody underage, a minor, with no identification on a trail? Just to give us an example of what the engagement would look like.
Yeah, so the engagement, again, realizing we're dealing with a child, we're not going to take an overly aggressive approach, right? We're going to try to educate, explain why we're talking to them, try to arrange for parents potentially to come and meet us where we're at. If they're on a conveyance that they're not allowed to ride on the roadway, like there's options. We can let them go, we can have parents come, we can have them walk their bike home. We can do a number of different things, and I think what we're looking to do is really focus on the educational opportunity as opposed to detaining somebody to write them a ticket for riding a bike that maybe they're not classified or is not classified appropriate for them.
Great, thank you very much.
Any other council comments, questions? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
I'm wondering, do we think that the distinction between paths and trails and sidewalks and so forth is clear enough? I don't know, maybe on the one hand in the ordinance, but also just in terms of people understanding, where this would apply. A lot of our paths lead into sidewalks, I would say, and our trails do as well. And so I'm just curious if you think there's a need to have any kind of clarification around that.
So I think the clarification may come with the signage, and I talked with Director Blackmore about potentially posting those signs at entryways to the trail systems. The state already has traffic codes that kind of address the way a person will ride on a public roadway, on a public sidewalk. And this ordinance specifically falls into our parks and open spaces ordinance. So I think that's where we would do the education and the posting of signs. We're essentially saying, this is a trail system and this is what's allowed or not allowed.
Right. I guess I would have to look at a map, but I would guess that some of our paths in particular, are bridge between parks and open spaces. So there are probably portions of them which maybe don't exactly fall into a park or an open space, but maybe that's not really a problem, just.
No, I think it's a consideration, but yeah, I think again, looking at the scenario, we could determine was this on a public sidewalk or was this within the park system.
Thanks.
I see a hand up from Director. Go ahead, Adam.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Just wanted to real quick speak to a couple of the points that were brought up, specifically to start with Councilmember Hamilton's comment about the trail system. We do have some shared agreement trails, Coal Creek being the primary one that's multi-jurisdictional. all of those trails, similar to roadways, when they are within our management areas or running through city limits. In some cases, they're bordering trails. We have enforcement agreements with Lafayette or with the county, and so it would be specific to, they're considered Louisville trails. They're just jointly owned, similar to the way that we manage our lands. So hopefully that clears that up. We don't have a specific different jurisdiction who only has management and enforcement of a trail that runs through Louisville, unless it's some type of access on a Boulder County managed property, but that wouldn't be as part of our trail system. It wouldn't be listed as conveyance. It wouldn't be an available option for our residents. The other thing, just to kind of touch on, and Chief may have mentioned it, the exception for the Class 1 and Class 2 e-bike, my recollection of that discussion for why that exception was allowed is the ability to have conveyance via pedal, and to utilize the pedal function as a bicycle while on the trails as well. So that was part of the reason for the exception, whereas the majority of the other motorized or electric conveyance options only have the electric conveyance option. So I don't know if that fully explains why it has the exception. I think they just got really popular as a component of that, but no, that was part of the discussion at the time. So just wanted to chime in on those two items.
Other questions from council? Okay, I have a couple of questions. One has to do with some of the kinds of e-bikes that are sold online. My understanding is that, frankly, the folks who sell e-bikes in Louisville are not really the problem as far as having e-bikes that aren't clearly Class 1 or Class 2. They advertise and they deliver what they're advertising. But as I understand it, when you buy online, sometimes you get something which may be shipped as a Class 1 or 2, but some sort of governor is pulled off it pretty easily, and suddenly you've got a vehicle that can go an awful lot faster and may cause challenges, not really a Class 1 or 2 anymore. Do you see that at all in the course of your work?
Yeah, so I think what we've seen is that there are some that are sold as Class 2 or even Class 3 that actually have the capabilities of a low-powered scooter. And it relates to the size of the motor and the speed capabilities. And so they're not necessarily regulated through online sales. Yes, we've found our retailers in Louisville, they're selling authentic Class 1, 2s, and 3s. But we're also discovering that there's a way to modify some of those as well to increase their capabilities, remove governors and things like that. So we haven't experienced any modified bikes. What we've experienced is, a purchase is made online. They assume that it's a Class 2 or Class 3 e-bike because that's how it's advertised. And then we look at the capabilities. It's going more than 28 miles per hour, which is the maximum for a Class 3. So then we can pretty much deduce that that's not, the motor is larger than a typical Class 3.
And, as far as the classifications in the the code or our ordinances or the model traffic code, does those kinds of e-bike, I hesitate to call them e-bikes, one of my fellow council members refers to them as motorcycles. Mini motorcycles. What do they end up being classified as?
So the state classifies them as low-powered scooters based on the size of the motor and their capabilities. And those require a driver's license, insurance, and a form of state registration. It's a 3-year sticker that you have to get from the state.
And have you ticketed anybody in Louisville for driving?
Yes, we have issued a citation for that.
Good.
That's at least one that I recall.
Okay. How easy is it to, once you've made a stop, say you see somebody who's going 30 miles an hour, and maybe it's on a hill, so, there's some question about whether, well, actually, there wouldn't be any question if they were going that fast. But if you stopped somebody who had you think they have a mini motorcycle because of speed or whatever, and it turns out that they're just an e-bike. I presume that there's ways of dealing with that are different than if you stop somebody who actually has a mini motorcycle, right? How can you describe how that differs? I don't want to go too far afield of what we're doing,
Yeah,
but
so-
I think it helps to understand.
Sure. Yeah. So we've not, to my recollection, we have not made any stops for speed. Our stops have been for dangerous riding behavior, doing wheelies, doing things like that, riding, 4 or 5 abreast. That's the behavior that we're seeing typically. And so every shift, at the end of shift, the supervisors are required to add an e-bike component. So they report calls for service for the day, significant events that have occurred. Well, e-bike is now one of our categories that they're required to report. And so in looking at those over the last year and a half, most of them have been for poor riding behavior. And dangerous riding behavior, going in between vehicles, obstructing traffic, things like that. So nothing has been associated with speed. But to answer your question, if we do come across let's say we come across somebody who's violating some type of traffic code, and we believe, okay, that may be a low-powered scooter or an e-bike. If we find out that it's a low-powered scooter, we can impound the bicycle, we can release it to a parent if it's a juvenile. We can do a number of those things. We can issue a citation. I know that we'd have issued at least one citation for somebody riding a low-powered scooter. I believe they had been previously contacted, so it was to reinforce the message that you're not allowed to ride this type of conveyance. If we do stop them believing it's a low-powered scooter, and in fact it's a class 1, 2, or 3 e-bike, they're allowed to ride it. Like, that's not the violation. We potentially are then going to educate on the riding behavior.
And finally, I won't say that this is the only question, but let's say you stop somebody and you ticket them. Is it possible for that person or that person's parents really to resolve that ticket without going to municipal court?
Yeah, I believe that it's a penalty assessment that's available on this. They always have the option to go to court if they choose not to pay the penalty assessment, but I believe it's just associated with the fine.
Just out of curiosity, how do you think it might be to prevent certain kinds of citations like that one from being dealt with in advance? That is, to require the child and obviously the parent too to come to municipal court.
I'm sorry, is your question if we did an alternative course of action, like making it a mandatory appearance?
Yeah, I mean, it would take a policy change and probably more than that. But I'm just wondering if, in terms of enforcement, there might be a little bit difference in that you might think in terms of behavior, if there was no male plea, if you will.
I guess my opinion on that is, like, driving a motor vehicle, like driving a car, most of the issues come because of driving behavior, not because of the vehicle, not because of the roadway, not because of anything. If everybody's doing and following what they're supposed to be doing, we're not going to have those roadway conflicts. So we have moving violations for drivers of vehicles that do not require a mandatory appearance, and I don't know that. I mean, moving this to requiring a mandatory appearance, I don't know if that sends any type of message. I think it sends a very aggressive message. And we have not really taken a hardline stance on the enforcement component.
Yeah.
So we're not really focusing on citations. And I think that's been kind of communicated over the last year and a half. Like, I feel as though it's more appropriate to deal with people in that age group on the educational side of it and encouraging the responsible ridership. If we were to impose a mandatory court appearance, I think that escalates the violation to something pretty significant.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Any other questions, comments? We'll go back to public comment, the second round. Do we have anybody signed up? In addition to, looks like we have one who is waiting to speak. Mr. Cathcart.
Hello, Mark.
Good evening again, Mayor, City Council, Mark Cathcart. I live in Louisville. I'm disappointed in the direction this conversation has taken. I sometimes wish I'd just stayed at home and hoped you messed it up anyway. I read this ordinance as bicycles and e-bikes. For God's sake, I'm 67 and a half. You're considering making me appear in court for going down the hill from the tech centre at 16 miles an hour? That's nonsense. We can't do that. We're cyclists. We have no motors except our legs. In 2009, I did 112 miles out of an average of 19.5 miles an hour. You saw my chart from Saturday. I went as fast as I could to FedEx. I could only average, including the roads and the trails, 10.5 miles an hour. If we want to reach our climate goals, making cycling and e-bikes more restrictive isn't going to get there. I do appreciate that people on the trails feel intimidated by kids on e-bikes doing stupid things. You all know where I live. I watch them going up and down on their back wheels all the time. I was one of those kids 2 days before my 20th birthday. I hit a double-decker bus and failed to jump it. I was in a coma for 3 weeks. If you've seen me limp, that's why. I have one leg 2 inches shorter than the other and severely disfigured, which is why you'll rarely see me in shorts. It's gruesome. People learn lessons. By all means, teach the kids lessons. Don't make them criminals. In no other field do I know of a law which you can be ticketed for, which you do not know that you have broken. We have billions of cars in this country. They all have speedometers. They all break the speed limit. The police chief and his officers could spend all their time ticketing people. 99% of existing bicycles, I have no idea about an e-bike. I don't own one. I wouldn't buy one. 99% of bicycles don't have a speedometer. So the difference between 15 and 20 is the wind in your hair. So please reconsider. Just one final point. The police chief's observation on modifications. Remember the old plastic big wheels? You can get an electric one. It has a small 6-volt motor on it. If you strap a car battery on the back, it'll do way more than 15 miles an hour on one of those horrid little plastic big wheels. Honestly, you can't stop modifications. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mark. Other?
Mike Page.
I just want to make the additional comment that I'm a little bit dismayed about this apparent wedding to the number 15. It's unsafe. I can tell you firsthand, I've been run into by a bike running 15 miles an hour, and that's not a lesson I wanted to learn, and I didn't do it voluntarily. If you reduce that, you are better in control of pedestrian safety, which I think also enters into the equation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andy.
Evening. Andy Johnson, Louisville resident. Moved here in 1999 and had the great fortune of training for Team USA as a triathlete. I have explored every single nook and cranny of our pathways over the last 26 years. And I'm still out there literally every day. And I am a repeat offender. And I have a speedometer, so I know exactly how fast I go, although I think a lot of people don't. I was recently in London, had a great opportunity to visit that magnificent city, and their speed limits are 20. However, we're talking about a bike literate community versus a very bike illiterate community, despite the lore of Boulder. We really don't ride bikes well here. And I think a lot of the point of this speed limit is not about busting people for going 16 miles an hour. I think the chief was really clear that this is an opportunity for education. And no one's going to be out there with a speed gun busting people. Like, that's silly. And I think as we have signage, as we have the opportunity to talk about proper bike handling skills, speeds, I think that there's a really nice effect that can happen in our community. We have a lot of education opportunities. We have one of the most effective bike advocacy nonprofits in the United States here in Colorado. Bicycle Colorado is a fabulous organization. We happen to have one of the directors living in our community who can provide those education opportunities in the schools and really be a great partner to the police department and the city. That aside, I think we also have a great opportunity with signage to help create our connections. And this is a little off topic, but we have a lot of bike paths that don't connect. We have a lot of barriers where we have unsafe crossings at major streets. These are also safety issues as a cyclist. I think about the kids who are riding these super fast bikes crossing South Boulder Road. These are scary circumstances that we need to address and fix. And we also need to be able to connect to our communities in a more effective way so that we have a larger community, not just this ecosystem that's Louisville. Because we do connect. And every time I have a new person in Louisville who's a cyclist, I have to show them how to maneuver around the different areas on their bike, especially if they're commuting or training, exercising, et cetera. So I think this has lots of great opportunities, but I want to keep our eyes on the ball that this is an education opportunity, not a penalization opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you, Annie.
Angie Layton.
By the way,
Hello.
before you start,
Yes.
if anybody wants to speak, come up and let the clerk know so that she can call you in order, if you would. Go ahead.
Excellent. So I'm Angie Layton. I live at 619 West Juniper Court, which is right next to Heritage Park in Ward 3. My husband has been biking from Louisville to NCAR every single day since we moved here in 2001. So he fills my head a lot with bicycle stuff, and he sent me because he doesn't like to public speak. But number one, I want the council to always remember that biking and commuting and people who actually use these bicycles for transportation as opposed for recreation really need you to make sure that you're doing this and making rules and taking educational opportunities that actually address the fact, just as this previous gentleman said, that a lot of people really do use bicycles in not the recreational way like I did when I just, la-di-da, come downtown because I don't want to have to worry about parking at the street fair. Some people actually do need this to commute in, but I think that there is a tremendous concern in the community for people. My kids are older, but every single time I watch Facebook, I see people complaining about kids who just barely nearly got hit, and I know that there's been a whole bunch of very close calls in Old Town recently. And today my daughter lives on Briggs Street in Erie, and there were 3 boys about between 12 and 15 that were doing wheelies up and down Briggs Street this afternoon. And I was watching them going, somebody is going to die. We need a way to figure out how to make those kids not die, because we do not want death to be the reason that we pass any kind of ordinance. That is the most tragic reason for City Council to do anything. But as the gentleman before me also said, there are many, many ways that the bike paths could be improved. I talked with Josh a couple of times about the bike path next to me in Heritage Park, where there's a social trail that is the normal way that you would drive up from Heritage Park onto the open space. And then there is the trail designed by someone who's never been on a bicycle that goes up and then makes an immediate turn, which if you actually have a trailer on it, you will crash every time. So lots of these trails could be improved, and lots of the education that we have for people who are biking could be improved. And I had a lovely conversation with one of the rangers talking about this very issue, because I was out walking in the open space and someone came zooming past me, having much more confidence in where I was walking than I did, because half the time I'm, looking at the birds, and sooner or later someone is actually going to get hit. But I'm not sure that having a speed limit is the way to go. He suggested, and I actually suggested also, is having, we have a lovely e-bike person who sells here, having them post places where you can get training, and encouraging people to get training, and encouraging young people to actually interact with the police force to learn about bike safety and how to do this. Because the tragedy of no helmets is when my kids were at Fireside, one of the little boys in 3rd grade was almost killed, and the only reason he didn't die is because he was wearing a helmet. But my neighbor who watched that, who heard about it, she still had her kids running around without helmets. So sometimes it's hard, but we need to figure out how to do this.
Thanks,
So thank you.
Susan?
I would just like to add to what Andy noted about the fact that there's a lot of confusion about the safest way to get around town when you're on a bike of whatever sort. And as an OSAB member, I would just like to advocate for really reprioritizing the completion of the wayfinding process on all of our open space trailheads. It's kind of been slowed down for a variety of reasons, but I think having that really detailed mapping so that people know where to go, and have that include information about what is allowed and what isn't allowed on open space trails, would be tremendously helpful. So I would just really encourage that to be reprioritized and completed as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thanks.
Andrew?
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't have any prepared comments for today, but just wanted to bring a thought to the table that I haven't heard voiced earlier, and it just relates to, how do we balance the soft approach of education to maybe a more direct approach, particularly given the consequences of what happens when someone's riding too fast on an e-bike and someone gets hit. I work in the medical device field. I spend a lot of time in the hospital. I spend a lot of time thinking about acute injuries, and this unfortunately is a bike-related injury. So I'm particularly sensitive to this topic here today. And the concern I have is that there is a small number of kids, good kids, of course, all well-meaning, who are going 30+ miles an hour, right, on trails. I live behind my house is one of the main trails in Steel Ranch, so I get the pleasure of seeing everyone go up and down, and a lot of unpleasant interactions as well there. I think we need to complement the tactics that have been discussed today with honestly some tough love, because that's the type of interaction that's going to drive a level of awareness and exposure within my son Weston's 7th, now coming on 8th grade, that he needs. They need that level of tough love. If my son is liable, I want him to be pulled over by the police. I want him to be ticketed, right? That is what should be done. The health consequences of a traumatic brain injury, and I'd be really curious to understand what Boulder County is tracking. I did do some research and noted that 48,000 ER visits last year driven by electric enhanced bicycles within the state of Colorado. That might have just been Denver, but it's a very big number and it's growing. We have to be more aggressive in our approach. And I would just ask that we find a way to add enforcement to this conversation, particularly given there's probably a small subset of, again, great kids out there that probably just need to be pulled aside because they don't have a friend that has a traumatic brain injury, right, and can't operate effectively anymore. They haven't lived that experience, and that's the likely outcome of not enforcing this a little bit more aggressively. So just thought I'd add that perspective to the conversation. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comments?
No.
At the beginning of this, I don't usually do that, but I'm going to do that to clarify my comments earlier. You know, there are those kind of three possible ways of addressing this set of issues. There's education and engineering and enforcement. What we often hear, or at least I do, is a lot of emails and so forth about enforcement. And I'm not suggesting, and I think the chief explained pretty well how, you know, his preference for education and even the enforcement being a kind of opportunity for education. I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm asking as a clarification and kind of an outer bound, if you will, of what kind of thing that might be done if we really wanted to come down perhaps a little harder, or at least make people go in and talk to a judge. I don't know whether that's the right thing, but I'm not proposing it, just so you know. But anyway, I really appreciate the public comments, and I'm going to appreciate in advance comments of fellow council members. So do we have council members? Yes.
Yeah, I think sort of maybe, I don't know if it's unfortunately, we're an hour into a conversation that I don't think is the conversation of tonight, right? So I have kids, elementary school, middle school, and high school. These topics are really important to me. Helmets are important. You know, these mini motorcycles, we call them, aren't legal. There's tons of issues. The 7th grade class at MS, by the way, has a 2-week course in gym required for all 7th graders on biking. So that's really cool. A 1-week course on skateboarding. That's really cool. So they're getting education directly, and they collaborate with our police force and things like that. But that just isn't the conversation today, right? The conversation isn't about how we're going to, you know, deal with mini motorcycles. The conversation is, should we have a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit on our bike paths? If you ride your bike to Lafayette, there is a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit on Coal Creek. It just starts once you hit Lafayette. And if you're coming from Lafayette, it just sort of magically ends when you hit Louisville. But if you ride on that trail, you will see 15-mile-an-hour speed limits on that trail. It's not like we're doing something really big here. We're just continuing those signs along that trail. So I think, should there be any signs? That's a good question. Should they be 20 miles an hour for commuters who are like trying to get to work quickly? Maybe that's reasonable. Should they only be 10 miles an hour because 15 is still kind of dangerous? Sure, that's a good question. 10, 15, 20, 0, those are all what we should be weighing today. All the other things are super important, but not on the agenda tonight. We're not dealing with all of that. And so I think what is clear is that our police force is not going to be on our bike paths. Chris, you going to do it? Going to get your gun out there? And not gun, I mean like a radar gun. Sorry, I apologize. I meant the radar gun. I don't think you're going to be catching people's speed with your radar gun on a bike path. I don't think you're going to be arresting children and taking them to jail. I don't think we're going to be putting down spikes to stop them from, this is all preposterous. We're just saying, hey guys, can we all ride at a reasonable speed limit on these bike paths? Boulder says 15, Lafayette says 15, Louisville, 15, good, 15, yeah, that's reasonable, cool, done. That's the whole conversation. There is a bigger conversation that needs to be had about our safety of our youth, the way they ride bikes, the way they run stop signs, the way, I mean, wheelies I don't care that much about, but just generally disregarding their own safety. Those are really important conversations. As a small child, I drove around Boulder on a motorcycle, a legit motorcycle at 10 years old. That's illegal. And if I got caught, I got a ticket. If you drive around on a mini motorcycle in Louisville and you get caught, you should get a ticket because it's illegal. But there's education around, it said it was a class 2. I don't know, like it goes pretty fast. It's pretty cool. I didn't realize. So yeah, education's important. Parents need to educate their kids. Parents need to set those rules. That's just not the conversation tonight. So my frustration is that I feel all of that. And we had a bigger conversation like a year ago. and we decided not to make helmets a law. We decided not to do any, major changes. We said education and enforcement of our current rules. But, maybe a reasonable thing would be have a speed limit on bike paths. It doesn't really matter what kind of bike, any bike, just don't be flying past people. So I think most people would go 20 miles an hour on a bike path, and when they see another human, another pedestrian, they'll slow down and be kind and signal, call out, pass on the left, and do a good job. And if they know that that's the rule, and the pedestrian knows it's the rule, and both sides know that's the rule, then we're more likely to obey that guideline. But it's not through strict enforcement. It's just saying, hey, 50 miles an hour sound cool. Don't go flying on your bikes on the bike paths. Sound good? That's unfortunately all tonight is about. I support it. I don't think it's brilliant. I think 20 is reasonable, 10 is reasonable, 15 is fine. I support it as a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit, and I think we'll have it, as we enter certain bike path areas, kind of mimicking what Lafayette did. I think those are my comments for tonight on this topic, and thanks for my 3 minutes. It was 4.
Other council members want to weigh in? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing. Oh, did you? Go ahead. You got to jump in. Go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I just mostly want to say that I largely agree with what Councilmember Dickinson just articulated. I think my primary concern about bringing in this kind of speed limit is a concern that others have raised, and that's, that we really want to promote bicycling as a way to commute. And this could be seen as, as basically restricting that. I think given the way that we're likely to enforce this speed limit, again, if you are going 20 miles per hour on the trail and you see someone and slow down, that kind of, and you're, riding in a reasonable way, I think we're not gonna penalize you, right, for exceeding the speed limit, when it's appropriate to exceed in a reasonable way. So I don't know. So initially I was a little bit ambivalent about this proposed ordinance. At the time, I also didn't know sort of the extent to which other jurisdictions had a speed limit. As far as I've encountered myself, I've only seen signage in Lafayette. So I didn't actually know that there were similar speed limits in Boulder and in the county. So I think it's quite reasonable to match their speed limits. So I will be supporting this. I would like to say, when we put up signage, if we could have the signage make statements about the fact that only Class 1 and Class 2 e-bikes are allowed, I think that would be really helpful. I don't know if this could be, to what extent the signage can be integrated into the wayfinding signage that we're currently doing, but that would also be good. And if we could have a little bit more information on the signage about what is not allowed on our trails and paths, I think that would also be helpful. But that might be a secondary. So, thanks.
Thanks. All right. Now I'll close the public hearing. Do we have a motion? Yeah. Councilmember Hefner.
I'd move the adoption of ordinance number 1899, series 2025.
Second.
Any comments? Okay, with that, let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Kurt.
Yes.
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
And the ordinance will be amended. All right, so next is ordinance number 1897, series 2025, an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning parking minimums for multifamily and adaptive reuse development, second reading, public hearing. This one was advertised in...
Yeah.
Oh, I'm jumping. Am I jumping? Thanks. Resolution Sorry, we just jumped ahead. I'm living in the future. Resolution number 55, Series 2025, a resolution approving a purchase contract to buy and sell real estate at 1016 Main Street and authorizing use of historic preservation funds for the purchase price. And I think we've got a staff presentation. Yes?
Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Rob Zuccaro. I'll be making the staff presentation this evening. So before you, as you mentioned, is a proposal to use historic preservation funds to purchase the property at 1016 Main Street. This is the first time we've used this. It's been in our funding resolution, I think, since we first had a sales tax to support incentives. This is the first time we've looked at doing this. The idea is to purchase this. The contract price is $1.4 million. The idea is to landmark it after purchase and resell, and then the new owner would be able to take advantage of the zoning bonuses, incentive grants, and be able to preserve and live in the property, but still be able to do some redevelopment of the property as well, as we see very often with our historic homes. We would resell the property and the proceeds would go back into the Historic Preservation Fund. So this is the location of 1016 Main Street. It's actually just northeast across the street from our historical museum. There's quite a few historic homes on this block. There's a lot of character that's been maintained on this segment of Main Street. Here's a picture of the home. I'm not sure of the age of the original picture, but here's a current picture of the home. The home was built circa 1910. It's a Queen Anne architectural style. It's actually was built out of the Sears Roebuck kit house. So that's something that we see from time to time here in Louisville. As you can see, it still maintains a pretty high level of architectural integrity of its original form, so that's added to this. It's also on the National Register of Historic Places. So our funding resolution, which was last adopted in 2019, again, does allow acquiring a landmark property. It could be resold, which is probably the anticipated use. It could also be used for a public purpose using those funds as well. There was a demolition permit that was applied for. The Historic Preservation Commission did review that demolition permit under our ordinance. They are allowed to institute up to a 6-month stay, which they did, and that stay expires on September 1st. At that hearing, there were a lot of comments submitted, a lot of testimony asking for the city to look at preserving this property. So that's led to where we are this evening. The current property owners were not interested in redeveloping it as a historic home themselves, but in speaking with them, they are interested in selling it to the city for the purpose of us landmarking it, and then we could use it or most likely resell it. So there's a contract in the packet, so the resolution in front of you would actually be approving the purchase contract and moving forward with that. The closing date would be the end of September, September 30th, if you were to approve the contract. So if we were to resell it, the new owner would have the benefit of all of these incentives. So there are zoning incentives as well as grants available. These are the baseline grants. There's a $40,000 preservation grant, $15,000 new construction grant, a landmark bonus that could be passed on to the new owner. We also have a low interest loan program. So a new owner could, again, take advantage of this. And so that's one of the benefits of selling a landmark property. There's always a lot of discussion. If you put the landmark restrictions on the property, what does that do to the value? A lot of these grants and zoning incentives are intended to help preserve and potentially even enhance the value of a landmarked home. As far as the balance of the fund, we have about $3.5 million currently in the Historic Preservation Fund, so this purchase would bring that fund balance down to approximately $2.1 million, again, until the property was sold. That would go back into the fund per our program requirements. We did want to make council aware we are processing other grant requests. Some of them are large grant requests. There's a potential that if those were all approved before the sale of this property, the fund, we estimate, could go down to around $1 million or below $1 million, again, depending on how these other grant applications play out. Just as a little bit of a side note, there is a need, we noticed in our funding resolution that council is actually supposed to, with HPC recommendations, set a minimum fund balance. We haven't done that in a few years, so that's something that we want to bring here pretty soon to council to establish a minimum fund balance. So when we're looking at these types of things, we kind of know where the baseline should be on the fund. Our current funding resolution for property acquisition does require what's called a financial risk analysis. It doesn't say exactly what that needs to be, but I think what we're really looking at is what's the risk to the fund if we're going to purchase and sell a property, is there a potential loss, et cetera. So we did do an appraisal of the property. The owner purchased the property in '22 for a little over $1.3 million. Again, the contract price is $1.4 million. The appraisal that we had done as the city estimated the value at $1.25 million. We did ask that appraiser to do some follow-up analysis as part of this financial risk analysis. They didn't feel like they could come up with a post-landmark value. There wasn't enough information, but they did provide a letter that's in the packet that notes the incentives, the grants, and how that would potentially preserve or enhance the value of the property post-landmark. So if this is approved, again, this is a contract for purchase with the closing date scheduled for September 30th. We would have some follow-up to do. We would want to go to the Historic Preservation Commission to review the purchase before September 30th. They have already done the demolition hearing, found probable cause through that demolition hearing. And then after the purchase, City Council would have to approve the landmark designation, and then we'd have to come up with the process for resale. So we don't have those details this evening, but that's the likely path forward. So staff is recommending approval, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, does the applicant or
the owners are here this evening. They didn't have any statements, but they are here this evening.
Okay. Shall we take some questions from council? Anybody have any questions? Yes. Councilmember Cooperman.
First question. On your slide, I think your proposal slide, just wanted to clarify something. You suggest that the proposal would be to landmark it and resell it. I assume, if we pass this resolution tonight, we're not locking ourselves into that pathway. Is that correct?
That is correct. The resolution does not actually require that path. It's just a potential path.
Okay.
Council could consider using it for a public purpose as well.
Okay. And then I'm wondering, so there was a historic assessment of the building that was recently done. One question is, I feel like maybe I asked this before, but do you think the content of that stands in for what inspection of a home would normally include?
Yes, I think it covers a lot of what a home inspection would include. It's not exactly the same, but it does look at the systems and the foundation in a significant amount of detail. The historic structure assessment does note that there would have to be some follow-up analysis on the foundation, grading work at the least. I think what we've seen when people redevelop properties like this, they will often replace the foundation anyways. The properties are valuable. It gives the opportunity to create livable basement space, putting in a new foundation. We have had several grants that have helped fund those types of improvements. We don't know what would happen, but yes, a new owner would probably want to do some minimal work on grading and drainage around the foundation, and then potentially some more substantive foundation work.
Okay. And then when the appraiser looks at the property, do they take into account some of these issues that might need to be addressed with the property going forward, or they just kind of say?
The appraiser was provided a copy of the HSA and other documents related to the property. I think, appraisers have a methodology of looking at similar sales. So I don't know how much they would take into consideration repair. I imagine if it was a repair or if the property was potentially not viable or unsafe, they would especially take that into consideration.
Right, okay. And then maybe two more questions. So if we go ahead, purchase the property, and then choose to landmark it, for the landmarking process, we need a historical assessment, I think. Is that correct?
So in order to get grants, you're required to have a historic structure assessment, which is in place.
Okay. And
But
so
it's not required, and we actually do require that now for landmarking. You're correct. So that it can be waived, but that is a prerequisite.
Okay. And so would we be able to use the one that's been done?
Yes.
Okay. And then my last question is just, I don't know to what extent you can comment on this, but I'm just curious about since the property was last purchased, I'm just curious about what sort of investments in the property have been made. For instance, do they pay for the historic assessment? Do we know anything else about investments?
So the historic structure assessment was paid for from the Historic Preservation Fund through our program, and I can't speak to any other investments that were made in the property since '22.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other questions? I have just a couple of questions. I want to follow up on a question that Councilmember Cooperman raised. I think I understand your comment about the fact that there's been a historical assessment and that has some overlap with an inspection. Who usually pays for the inspection?
In a real estate transaction, when you're just buying a home, it's been a while since I bought a home. I'm trying to remember.
Would you
what I
expect
had
that
to
we
do.
probably would pay
Sure.
for that?
Yeah, I think if we want, so part of the contract is that we would be waiving the inspection.
I understand
because of the historic structure assessment. But after we owned it, if we wanted to do an inspection, we could.
Well, it's a little late then, potentially. I mean, that's what I'm concerned about on that is I understand the historical assessment. I get that. And I think you've explained a little bit what the difference might be, but I would expect an inspection would be a little more rigorous. And we didn't offer up a waiver. I mean, we didn't offer to waive that, right?
So
that was something that the seller.
That was something they requested. And I do think the historic structure assessment is quite thorough. Again, I don't know enough about home inspection requirements to say how much they overlap or don't overlap. But I think they do look at all the mechanical systems, the electrical systems, the structural systems, our historic structure assessments. They do look at code compliance, building code compliance issues and those types of things. But I can't say how much they do or don't overlap.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I think my point might be, my question is, wouldn't it be good to preserve, not to agree to the waiver, preserve the right to, and if we realize or think later after we've investigated a little bit, if we want to do an inspection after learning that there are some material differences, then maintaining that?
Yeah, so the waiver was requested by the owners for the inspection process. So if they're here this evening, that would be a question for them, I believe.
Okay. The other question is just looking at the appraisal that's there. This is, $150,000 more in the asking price than the appraisal. What, if you can say, what's the additional value of that might justify, if we were going to come down and say, gee, we shouldn't pay any more than the appraisal. And I'm not suggesting that. I just am throwing it out because I think people do ask that. Members of the public have asked that. What is that additional value that the city gets, that do the people get for that difference?
Yeah, I really can't monetize that value. Again, we asked the appraiser to do it, and that's their expertise. And, at least using their methodologies, they didn't feel like that was something they could do. I think we'd have to just look at the zoning bonus, the grants that are available, and recognize that might provide value. It might not. We don't know till the house goes on the market and we see what the offers are, honestly, to see what the delta is between our purchase price and what it might sell for.
I appreciate that. Any other questions from council members? Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Dr. Zucchero, you mentioned that we have other requests of this fund already, and there is a possibility that the fund balance will not support the purchase price?
No, I think even if the other grants go through at their full extent, and I mean, some of them are just conversations we've had with some numbers, some of them are actual applications for some big potential grant requests. I just wanted to make sure as part of the financial analysis or the financial risk analysis that council is aware of that. We think it could go down to potentially around $1 million or a little under $1 million.
Oh, okay.
That was before resale of the property and those funds going back into the Historic Preservation Fund as well.
Okay. And there are no legal concerns with us paying greater than the appraised value and using taxpayer funding for that?
No, I think Rob has explained there are essential drawbacks to appraisals, and ultimately a property is worth what somebody is willing to pay for it, and the city certainly has an interest in its historic preservation, which makes this property in particular attractive.
Okay. Thank you.
Why don't we take some more public comment, or some public comment?
I don't have any.
No public comment? Okay. Let's take it back to council for discussion.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I think it was a long time ago that really wanted the city to buy the old church on Pine when it was for sale. It's like, just buy it, landmark it, and sell it. So, this could be a terrible idea. It could go really wrong, and we could really lose hundreds of thousands of dollars because it's worthless after we landmark it. I don't think that's the case. Will it be worth more? I don't think that's the case. But I think it's a reasonable price for what they purchased it for and what they could sell it for. And yeah, I think the lower appraisal rate is really only an issue if we're going to get it financed and the bank doesn't want to finance it at a lower appraisal rate amount. So, I see this as, we 1.4 plus probably some other fees go along with purchasing it. Landmark it, put it back on the market with, I think a lot of power can be put into how well we tee it up for the future landowner. If it's like you could potentially get 40,000, you could potentially get these things versus like, yeah, these are kind of on a platter for you. If you buy this house, it comes with this $5,000 grant, this $40,000 grant, this extra 30%. It comes with all of it because it's already landmarked. Then it's a little bit easier sell. And maybe we sell for 1.2, maybe we sell for 1.3, maybe we only sell for $1 million. And we spent $400,000 of our HPC fund saving this building. I think that's worth it. I mean, I think that's kind of, for me, the worst case scenario is we lose $400K preserving a very cool home in a very cool location, and it gets to be that forever. But I think it's more likely it's 1.2, 1.3 in that kind of conversation, and it's a smaller expense. I'm a little concerned about the HPC fund being down to $1 million. I hope it doesn't take us 2, 3, 4 years to get from purchase to sale. I hope we're able to do it in a faster turnaround so that the fund is, boosted back up. But generally, I think it's a creative solution. You have homeowners that are being creative with us, that are being patient with us, that are, could have gone a different route. I mean, the delay is almost over now, so you can kind of do whatever you want. It's just a matter of time. But you've engaged with us and the community to say, okay, this seems really important to you guys. You want to keep it. We don't want to do it. do you want to do it? And I think it's really kind, and I appreciate you guys working through that process with us. I'm sure it hasn't been easy. But I think it's a good opportunity. I support it. I think it's I've been in the home prior to your ownership. It's a very cool little old home. It's really sweet, and I think it's a great use of our funds. I think our taxpayers are wanting us to be, more aggressive with this money. And we can't really, we're pretty passive. Things come to us and we give grants, and we hope people, it's a voluntary program. And so this is a way for us to kind of put our thumb on the scale and really save this property. And I don't think it'll end up costing us that much in the end. So I'm in full support. Appreciate all the work. Appreciate you guys bringing it to us. And I hope we can support this.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, thanks. I largely agree. I think the real virtue of our historic program is that it does respect private property and is voluntary. And I think it's really important to acknowledge that this is a voluntary transaction that's in front of us. This isn't, certainly the process can be difficult and lengthy and so on, but the city is not forcing anyone to sell this to us. This would be voluntary. And I think it's, we have all this money that the voters asked us to spend on historic preservation. The voters voted to tax themselves and spend the money on historic preservation. This seems to be squarely what they were asking us to do with it. What anyone thinks of the wisdom of that program, I think we've been given instruction from our bosses that this is what it's for. So I'm happy to support this and think it's a good implementation of our historic program.
Any others? Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. I just want to acknowledge that this particular home is on the National Register of Historic Places. That in itself, to me, should have been the reason this house should have stayed the way that it was. And we probably shouldn't have to quite go through this process. I think it's an acknowledgement of the history of the home. But since we are where we are, I do think you're right, the majority of our residents do like that we are preserving historic buildings in our town. It's part of what they love about walking around and being in town. But I think it's important that we are fiscally prudent and make certain we don't just sell it for whatever. I think the taxpayers also are owed the best effort we can make to return the funds for additional programs, that we're not just taking 2/3 of the fund or half the fund and putting it into a single sale. I think that I wanted to make sure that we understand that we do that it's not that we're keeping it, that we're not, taking all of this money, one very expensive property. I think part of what the taxpayers, I think, we're hoping for is that more of the money would be spent broadly everywhere. And given that this tax is looming the expiration, we should be careful about exercising it and spending the money wisely and demonstrating the reasons that we still have this and we may want to continue the tax.
Other comments? Yeah. Councilmember Cooperman.
A while ago when this house came before a hearing of the Historical Preservation Commission, we got some correspondence about trying to preserve the house. At that time, I sort of learned, because I didn't fully know, that really, City Council couldn't really do anything, right? It's pretty much up to the Historical Preservation Commission to decide, if they're going to grant demolition or stay demolition, and we don't really weigh in at all. So what happened, right, was that a lot of residents showed up to those Historical Preservation Commission hearings, and they made it known, I guess, that they really wanted to see this house preserved. And I sort of just assumed that, the reason that the current owners have even approached the city is because they got this feeling from the residents that this was a really valuable property and that they would like it preserved. And that's kind of the only reason that we're now at a point to have some say on this property. So I first of all, I sort of wanted to thank residents who came out and showed their interest in preserving this property. And I guess I also wanted to thank sort of the past city councils and historic preservation commissions for setting up sort of a process that did eventually allow it to come to us. So I guess my feeling is that, this house in particular, right, is a really special historic home in the city. And that's what our residents seem to have said, and that's also how I feel about it. Not just for its location, but also for the structure itself. And so I'm feeling that I think it's probably the right thing to do is to, as staff has proposed, to purchase the property so that we can preserve it.
I have one question and a couple of comments. Just to speak to Councilmember Kern's point, the National Register of Historic Places is a separate program. Does that provide any kind of, protection from demolition or anything like that?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So, just resting on that would be not sufficient, wouldn't have been sufficient to prevent
to
get this.
That's correct. They could have demolished the home
Yeah.
Once the stay had expired.
Right. I think I appreciate all the comments, and I think it's a beautiful home and it's a historic home, and I think for the reasons that Councilmember Dickinson just described, I think that it's not a huge kind of risk here. I am concerned about trying to recoup the money for the Historic Preservation Fund because there are other uses for that money that the HPC undoubtedly will run into. So, but I think the plan is in place to do just what we're talking about doing. So the one misgiving I have, I really do think that we owe it to our citizens to do an inspection, or at least to maintain the possibility to get a quick check on whether the inspection would provide us with any additional information. Maybe something we choose not to do. That maybe we don't need to do, but I am not comfortable with the waiver, and I would support, purchasing, I'm inclined to support purchasing the house, but not waiving the inspection. And I don't know whether that's something that other council members would approve of, but if there's a motion, I might make a friendly amendment. But yeah, Councilmember Dickinson.
Yeah, I think between the fact that we have an HSA, we have an inspection of this building in that regard, I think we have that information. And so if the contract before us doesn't, has language in there that this sale is going through without inspection, from what I know about real estate is if you then go in and say, okay, actually, never mind, we are going to want to inspect, it's going to complicate the deal. And their stay is over on September something. So I don't know that we gain as much information in an inspection as we complicate the situation and potentially even lose it. I don't see the benefit. Generally, yes, oh my God, have you seen this place? Do you know what you're buying? I'd be really concerned, but I know that we've looked at it. There's been an assessment. We understand what is in front of us. So I don't think that's necessary, and I think it could complicate things unnecessarily.
Councilmember Hamilton.
I'm in agreement with Councilmember Dickinson. These assessments, in my own personal experience as well, are very detailed, very thorough in the sense that you're going to catch these structural issues. I don't know that, hiring a home inspector is going to reveal things that require as much dollar to fix as what's already been revealed in the HSA report.
Any other comment?
I'll just throw my agreement in. I mean, I think we know there's expensive foundation issues and probably all the other attendant issues one would find in a historic property. I think that's what we're all signing up for.
Thanks. Anyone have a motion?
Yeah, I will just go to the top. I move that we approve resolution number 55, series 2025, a resolution approving a purchase contract to buy and sell real estate at 1016 Main Street and authorizing the use of historic preservation funds for the purchase price.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Let's take, yeah, go ahead.
Do we need to state anywhere that it will be for the resale? And so it refunds, the funds will then be put back into the Historic Preservation Fund?
I do believe that's our intent, is for the resale.
Yeah.
And not to hold.
Yeah, is it?
The resolution is only addressing the purchase and sale contract. I think everyone has made clear tonight the intent, but there's no way to make the purchase and sale contract contingent on something that'll happen in the future. If that makes sense.
Let me build on that for just a second. Is there a way to be a little more solid in expressing our intent, either not tonight maybe, but some other way, through a resolution or some such? Or do you think that what we've got on the record so far is enough?
Are you asking about a resolution that you would consider in the future? We can talk about that,
Okay.
sure.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know whether it's useful or not, but to Councilmember Kern's point, I think it is what we're all talking about. I just don't know whether we needed to do anything more. So, any other comments, questions, thoughts? All right, let's take a roll call.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Congratulations. And congratulations to us, too.
We own a house.
Not yet. You got to close on it, right? Okay. On behalf of our citizens. Okay, the next one is item D. Now, ordinance number 1897, series 2025, an ordinance amending Title 17 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning parking minimums for multifamily and adaptive reuse development. This is a second reading and public hearing. It was advertised on the City of Louisville website on June 16, 2025. This is a continuation of the public hearing that began on July 8th, 2025. So the public hearing is still open, and I don't get to use my gavel for that. And does the staff have a presentation?
I do, yes. Thank you. Excuse me, Mayor, Councilors, Matt Post, Senior Planner on the Community Development Team. As the Mayor mentioned, this is a continuation from the second reading on July 8th to consider approval of Ordinance 1897, Series 2025, approval of an ordinance amending Title 17 of the LMC concerning parking minimums for multifamily and adaptive reuse development. As council is aware, this ordinance is a direct response to House Bill 241304, which was adopted by the Colorado General Assembly in 2024. And the bill requires cities within metropolitan planning organizations, of which the city of Louisville is a part, to eliminate parking minimum requirements for new multifamily and adaptive reuse projects where 50% of the gross floor area is dedicated to residential uses. The bill, as you all know, applied to applicable transit service areas. The map of applicable transit service areas in the city of Louisville is on this particular slide. 44 of those were identified in the city of Louisville. A quarter-mile buffer extends from those ATSAs, and that is where the bill requires the elimination of parking minimums for said uses. At the July 8th City Council meeting, the council requested consideration of a citywide elimination of parking minimums for multifamily and adaptive reuse projects where 50% of the gross floor area is dedicated to residential uses. The decision by council would essentially mirror what was in House Bill 24-1304, but obviously expand the applicability of the elimination of parking minimums citywide. The map that you see presented on the screen is reflective of all zone districts where multifamily uses are permitted, where the elimination of parking minimums would now apply. So just for example purposes, I'll head back to that other map. You can see where it applied prior to the revision of the ordinance, quarter mile from the ATSAs. And again, this map is reflective of those zone districts. These zone districts represent areas where multifamily units are permitted by right, but the majority of the zoning districts that you see displayed here are actually where multifamily units are permitted as special review uses, subject to additional review and limitations on overall lot area and dwelling units per lot, which we'll get into a bit further here. So nothing in the ordinance update would change regarding the local control that is afforded to jurisdictions by the House bill. We can still require parking when it's tied to affordable housing. We can still require bicycle parking. We can still require ADA and EV spaces when parking is voluntarily provided. Those same elements and provisions will now just apply citywide. Nothing in this ordinance update would restrict parking, again, from being voluntarily provided by a developer. Again, that also applies to applicable transit service areas. No changes are proposed to the zoning and review process within the ordinance that we had previously discussed and presented to City Council in regard to the multifamily and mixed-use residential projects, including those adaptive reuse projects. And a reminder that most properties outside of the MUR district along Highway 42 in the RM zone district, primarily in the Old Town overlay, may establish those multifamily uses via that special review use process. And in that process, we evaluate obviously the location and nature of the proposed use, compatibility with surrounding developments, and then potential adverse impacts. Another quick reminder that our previous analysis had found that the ordinance supports the city's housing plan, specifically identifying this, or rather the city's housing plan specifically identified that minimum parking requirements were a barrier to additional housing development in the city. And that the study indicated that parking minimums increase development cost, reduce buildable area on site, specifically on constrained sites, and also negatively impact the feasibility of particular projects. So moving on to some additional analysis here. Again, as mentioned, I just want to reiterate, a developer may still voluntarily supply parking on site, even with the update to the ordinance that exists now citywide and also within the applicable transit service areas. Regarding the citywide elimination, staff found that the zone districts where the expanded ordinance apply, again, include zoning districts where multifamily units may be established via the special review use process. And those properties within those zone districts may support use types that would be similar to a duplex or row home or town home use on lots where there is adequate size to establish those uses. So that said, based on existing property configurations and zoning regulations within those particular zone districts that are outside of the applicable transit service areas, and even some within them, specific zone districts, staff do not anticipate that many residential zoning districts outside of that MUR district along Highway 42 and the RM district within the Old Town overlay will actually be in a position to establish additional dwelling units on site. This would be directly due to site constraints and existing zoning regulations. So overall lot size, setback requirements, and lot coverage requirements. I'm happy to answer some questions about what the details of those yard and bulk standards and how we view that when additional dwelling units may be proposed on a site where multifamily is permitted as a special review use. So again, while the proposed amendments to the ordinance may allow for the development of, what we anticipate duplex or row home houses in some of those districts, the practical truth of the matter is that the opportunities to develop a multifamily building and not provide parking will very likely be limited in scope outside of those RM and MUR zone districts. So with the prohibition on the application of parking minimums, we again recognize that there may be unintended consequences and potential spillover parking. Obviously, we don't know to what extent that will impact our community, so we'll continue to monitor those impacts and potentially consider a policy response. So on to the ordinance amendment. We have removed all references to applicable transit service areas, which effectively eliminates parking minimums for multifamily uses citywide. We've removed a section in 1720.020 that specifically referenced multifamily parking requirements that we kept in initially to address areas outside of the ATSAs. We've decided to just completely remove that section so there's no confusion as the elimination applies citywide. And we've removed all references to residential parking standards in downtown Louisville, as the only residential use types in downtown are multifamily units permitted via special review uses. And with that, as you're all aware, the Planning Commission on May 8th reviewed this ordinance, recommended approval. Reviewed a previous version. The Planning Commission did not have the opportunity to review the amended ordinance that is before you tonight. And so staff continue to recommend approval of Ordinance 1897, Series 2025, approval of an ordinance amending Title 17 of the LMC concerning parking minimums for multifamily and adaptive reuse developments. And with that, happy to answer any questions.
We're going to take public comment and then go to council questions. Do we have any requests for public comment? Okay, then we'll come back. Sorry, there is one?
Andy raised his hand.
Yeah, okay.
Still Andy Johnson, Louisville resident. I think staff's assessment is spot on in terms of the impact of fulfilling this requirement from the state bill. I think that the market is going to determine parking more than code ever could be effective. So I think in general, I am very much in support of this as an architect and resident. As you may be aware, the city of Boulder just recently started moving very seriously forward with no parking requirements. And that's a citywide thing for generally all projects. Longmont has removed minimum parking requirements and has put in place maximum parking requirements. Both communities, our larger communities, have had a lot more opportunity to explore housing, parking impacts, et cetera, more than we have, more than we've taken advantage of our opportunities to do the same. With the comp plan, with our recently adopted housing plan, and with all the considerations that are going to come in the next couple of years, I anticipate that we'll also have an opportunity to revisit this to where we are more aggressive about minimizing our parking requirements and right-sizing them and allowing the market to determine what's really required. It is very difficult for any developer and really any homeowner, I think, in our community to not do parking. It is literal development suicide to not do that, and nor would it be funded. So again, I want to kudos to staff. I think the assessment's great. I think the presentation's spot on. And would like to see our city be more aggressive about how we address parking and be a little more progressive than what we've been in the past. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Next up is Marianne Heaney.
Hi, good evening. I just have a couple of comments. And apparently I'm the only person in my neighborhood that made the meeting tonight. People are pretty up in arms about the indication that cars will load up the street even more they are now and take parking places in front of houses and make them more difficult to get around. So I'd like just a consideration of that rather than just stating the consequences are going to happen and we're just going to monitor them. I think maybe something a little bit more proactive, like how many spots we actually have available. If you walk up and down the streets, I think you'll find 60 to 90% of the street is already taken by residents parking. So just something I think we need to consider. I also think that we should not ignore the sections in 24-1304 that allow for minimum parking requirements to be imposed when there's 20 or more developments or when there's going to be a severe negative impact. And I think that language needs to be in our ordinance to give us the ability at some point, if needed, to be able to say, parking is required. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Any others? All right. Let's come back to council discussion or council questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was interesting discovering in the first pass, how much of our downtown area certainly and that whole transit corridor will be included, and then you're just talking about some other areas. I think the boogeyman that is in front of us, right, is someone's going to build a 10-story apartment complex with 0 parking spots. Like, oh wait, what did we do? Like we created a rule that you can put 1,000 units and no parking spots, and I think that is a fear that some people have, and maybe at a lower number, but just this idea of like we're allowing building to happen without it, providing the necessary parking it needs. And there's going to be greedy developers who just build out a lot without any parking of any kind. And I think that is a possibility, but it is such a small possibility. And as we've heard, and I understand from developers, is you need someone to buy the thing that you're selling. And so if you don't provide that, that's going to be a problem. And so they're likely to right size it. And we've had in my time on council and even meetings I came to before I was on council, these builders being like, well, here are your 120 parking spots that we don't want, our residents don't want, and your city doesn't want. But here they are because we have to have them. And they're asking for less parking, not because of greed, but because it doesn't make sense. It's not the right build. So one email we got that is interesting to me, but I don't think is really about tonight. It's just a conversation to keep having is, okay, so if we're going to approve this kind of citywide, not in the transit corridors, what are we doing as city planners, if you will, to increase, biking and transit possibilities for people? So if you're going to decrease the number of parking spots and hopefully decrease the number of vehicles, are you at the same time increasing pedestrian pathways and bicycle pathways and things like that? That is not what we're dealing with tonight, so I don't want to muddy that too much, but I do want to honor that comment. And that, yes, I absolutely think that is the direction we've been giving generally for the last 20 years in Louisville, and hopefully the direction we'll keep giving for the next 20 years is what can we do to maximize mobility for people in other ways than their cars. And then the last thing I'll leave with is just that, my family has been a 1-car family for a long time, a 2-car family now. Our oldest got her driver's license and decided to purchase a car that she'll take to college. So we're a 3-car family. And then we bought a new car and we're about to sell. We have 4 cars right now. It's crazy. And we didn't have to go to city council or to the planning department and say, hey, my house used to have 2, now it has 4. Do I need to sign a waiver? What do I need to, we don't control how many cars people have, right? And soon we'll sell our minivan. Getting rid of the minivan, guys, big news. And our kid will go off to college with their car. We'll be back to 2. The fluctuation of cars, right, is something we don't police, we don't have policy around. This is about development, and we want development to be right-sized. And I think we have more work to do in our, as we say, racist housing, policies and codes around lot size and lot coverage and number of dwellings per acre. There's more work to be done, but similar to the e-bike conversation, even though I'm the one creating this problem, I want to make sure that we're focused on just this. And I think this is reasonable. I think the boogeyman of big developments with no parking isn't real. And I fully support this citywide. And I'm glad, Dietrich, that you sort of, pushed on this 2 meetings ago and a meeting ago to bring it, because I think it's the right decision, and I'm happy to support it.
Other council questions? Yes, Councilmember Hefner and Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah, first I'll say thank you to all of you for considering this. And second, just want to confirm with staff that we're still going to, at some point in the future, look at expanding this even further.
Yeah, but that's still on our work plan, yes.
Great. Thank you. That's my only question.
I think I have 2 questions. One, given the way that you've written the ordinance, if we rezone places or if we change zoning policies or things like that, will this still be compatible with those kinds of changes? Do you see any?
To answer your question, Counselor, if a property was rezoned to a zone district that permitted a multifamily use, this ordinance would effectively eliminate parking minimums for them, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Or if we eliminate it, or something was no longer special review, but by right or something like that, it would still be fine.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. And then my other question, the last public comment made reference to some kind of exception that's allowed in the state bill. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, I think we may have discussed this briefly previously. The bill does allow for a jurisdiction to require parking when developments are proposing 20 units or more. If you recall, there was a pretty significant reporting requirement that the bill implements, that the burden is on city staff to essentially show that there would be a significant negative impact if that parking wasn't required. We would then be obligated to report to DOLA every year with our data on why we required parking. So again, I think staff initially had determined that it would be quite a lift for staff to have to, again, essentially provide an analysis on behalf of a developer for why we're requiring parking.
Okay. And we couldn't require the developer to sort of pay for any portion of that analysis, I assume?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. So I think the spillover parking, from what I hear mostly from residents, is their biggest concern. I just thought I would kind of comment on it and see if I can help address it a little bit. I think one of the big new trends in a lot of not for sale, not for purchase properties, which I understand is a huge incentive to a developer to make sure they right-size parking so that they can sell something, but it's when it's going to be a rental property. The developers that develop rental properties tend to be less concerned because there is a higher demand and a need for the rentals. And I think right now there's a trend where they charge people for the available parking spaces. And this is even in complexes that were mandated to have parking minimums. So they're charging extra for that. And we're seeing the spillover parking from people who are living in apartments to avoid paying the extra money for the parking. So my thinking on this would be, if we can relieve that burden from the developers, let them put in the parking that they do find would be reasonable, I don't see that we're going to get much more spillover than we're getting now with people trying to avoid paying extra parking costs when they're renting a unit, because I think there is a difference between rental and purchase. My one real big issue with this, because my understanding is council at any point could come back and just say, this kind of isn't working, we're getting too much, not enough parking, we're getting a lot of concerns from the community members or businesses, because we have a development that builds next to a brand new King Soopers, and now everybody who lives in that apartment complex is parking in the King Soopers parking lot, right? So I can see that that could be a potential problem. But my real worry is the lack of ability to enforce handicap parking requirements, so ADA compliance. And I don't know how we address this. I wanted to bring this up to you guys and to staff. Is there a way, what are the requirements? Because my understanding was, especially in the transit-oriented areas, we're not allowed to put a requirement that they have to provide handicap parking.
That's correct, and we did confirm that with DOLA, just to be clear that we can only require ADA spaces in the event that they are voluntarily provided. However, I think one of the scenarios that we would consider is when a unit is specifically designed, when I say unit, I mean dwelling unit, when a dwelling unit is specifically designed as accessible, there's actually a building code requirement that requires that parking be provided. We discussed this as a staff, and I think it's just something we're going to have to address if this scenario comes up, where, again, we have a dedicated accessible unit. I'd have to hope that a developer who is providing a dedicated accessible unit is also providing a dedicated accessible parking space voluntarily. But yes, we can't require ADA spaces unless they're voluntarily provided. If the scenario arises where an ADA unit is proposed, we're probably just going to have to address that and discuss that as a staff, is how we approach that, probably some negotiating conversations with that particular developer.
Okay, because I was thinking too, there are apartment complexes that are built that have like interior hallways and elevators, so they don't always have to specifically designate. A lot of the units are just by the way they're designed, maybe not fully wheelchair accessible, but a lot of other handicapped accessibilities are met. And so because they don't have the designation, you don't have the requirement. So that's what I was trying to get at. Is there a way for us to then communicate with the developers our desire to make sure that that group of people is not disproportionately disadvantaged by not being able to have parking near where they live? That's a concern for me.
I think staff can make it a point to have those conversations with these groups. I mean, obviously, with just the language of the bill, we can't require it, and we did just carry that through citywide. But that is part of our initial conversations with developers on a regular basis, and I think we can absolutely commit to ensuring that we continue to have those conversations.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions before we go to public comment for the second time? Any public comment? Second round? Okay. Any other conversation, comments from council? Yes, Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah. I'm going to support this ordinance. I think it's a good step forward. I'm interested, along with Councilmember Huffner, in looking at expanding it further to commercial. I also agree very much so with what Councilmember Dickinson said before. I just wanted to make sort of one particular comment. You know, basically, right, the state law requires us to bring this ordinance forward for the ATSAs, which do encompass most or even all of Old Town. So, you know, we have received some comments about spillover parking, particularly in Old Town. You know, I feel like by going citywide, we're not, or let me put that another way, right? We're sort of required by the state law to make these changes in Old Town. So, you know, concerns about spillover coming from these required changes is not really in our hands, I feel like, for Old Town. And it's really in other parts of town where we're making this this choice to expand the ordinance. Yeah, thanks.
Other comments? The only thing I'd just sort of emphasize is this is, we are talking about eventually looking at a broader ordinance, but I mean, this one is new multifamily and adaptive reuse, right? Which is going to be limited, I think, in most places in, particularly in Old Town. Is that not right?
I'm sorry, Mayor, can you say that one more time?
I'm just going to say,
apologize.
when it's a limited ordinance, I mean, we're talking about limiting it to new multifamily and adaptive reuse, right?
That's correct. Multifamily adaptive reuse with 50% residential and mixed-use development, although with a residential component, although we can still require parking for the commercial component of those mixed-use buildings. Yes.
Got it. Great. We get a motion.
Yes, I move to approve ordinance number 1897, series 2025.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, then let's take a roll call vote.
Councilmember Cooperman,
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner,
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson,
Yes.
Mayor Lay,
Yes.
Councilmember Kern,
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. It is 8:09. We've got a couple of matters yet to go, so I'm going to suggest that we take 5 minutes and come back here at 8:15. Ordinance number 1900, Series 2025, an ordinance amending Title 13 of the Louisville Municipal Code concerning water and sewer connections and tap fees. Second reading. The public hearing was advertised in the City of Louisville website on July 25th, 2025. And I open the public hearing. Any disclosures? No. All right. Do we have a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Kirk Carr, Director of Public Works and Utilities. Just brief presentation to echo two previous meetings we've had on May 20th and July 22nd, where we've talked about water and slightly sewer tap fees for accessory dwelling units. Accessory dwelling units being an important tool for the community for housing affordability, along with density and other tools that are in our tool shed to put together a full community for housing needs. Previous conversations, we've talked about water tap fees that the city had and sewer tap fees that the city had, and ADUs were not necessarily clear within our ordinances regarding tap fees. Staff did analysis, provide a 65-page data presentation on May 20th that expressed all the data that we looked at as staff and indicated that for water tap fees, staff felt there was an offset and that many detached ADUs will be replacing irrigated turf, which is a heavy demand user for water in the city. And there was an offset in there that allowed the city to responsibly and defensively say that we could charge a zero tap fee for ADUs in general. On the wastewater tap fee side, we've done analysis roughly about 12 years ago to look at multifamily wastewater usage and single-family wastewater usage. And we really found when we broke it down to the number of people that lived in each of those types of dwelling units and the gallons that those dwelling units use over the course of a year, that there's really a 1-to-1 ratio that came out, and that makes sense. Like how you live your day is roughly the same as how I live my day for basic human functioning. And so a person is gonna generally use the same amount of wastewater, whether they're living in a single family home or an apartment or an accessory dwelling unit. For those reasons, we felt that dwelling units are adding or have the capability to add population to the community. Population and occupancy rates do go up and down, whether it's single family homes, apartments, or accessory dwelling units. All those things being similar, the analysis 12 years ago summarized that roughly multifamily type dwelling units are 80% usage of single family dwelling units, just because of the smaller nature of them. So that 80% tap fee range for wastewater has been around over time. And this ordinance, in addition to clarifying the water tap fee being zero, is just making the ADU language clear and consistent with the other multifamily 80% charges. It's not necessarily a new charge, it's just new language aligning with previous language. And so just summarizing today, the ordinance before you allows and makes it clear that, I don't know, is that me? Okay. Is that what you guys are thinking right now? This is what, no? Okay. So the ordinance in whole makes it clear that when an ADU is constructed, that it can be serviced off the same water and wastewater connection through the primary residence. It's clarifying that there's a zero water tap fee for ADUs, and that the wastewater tap fee is 80% of a single family tap fee, which that price right now is $5,400. With that, I'll kind of conclude and open up to questions for you on the resolution.
Thanks. Why don't we take a first round of public comment? Do we have any?
One thing I did want to say, and I apologize, sorry. I do want to give credit to our local architects who've shared various perspectives and opinions on the matter. Andy Johnson, Peter Stewart, Eric Harntroff, and Eric Ellis, just they've put in a lot of time and effort looking at this matter too, and sending information and talking with the staff. So we just thank them for their efforts.
Thank you. Is there any public comment?
Up first is Andy Johnson, followed by John Iwi.
Evening again. Andy Johnson, Louisville resident. I promise this is my last one. Thank you, Director Cower, for the shout out. I am part of the architect group that has been vocal about ADUs. Our goal is to provide the strongest ADU ordinance that we can have in our town. I don't think I have a lot more to add than what we've already provided. I do want to mention that a letter did go out on Monday by Peter Stewart, part of the group. I may have missed it, but I don't believe our previous public comment was part of the packet. So we wanted just to make sure that we reiterated our point that we are not in favor of utility fees and have had the opportunity to talk to staff about the positions that they have, the research that they've done, the understandings that we have about ADU possibly contributing to a burden on the city. The only thing I will add is that I do think that we are looking at ADUs as a worst case scenario, and I don't feel like it completely takes into account the diversity of uses that ADUs will have. These are not strictly multi-family units. And I think that that's the distinction that we take, we have issues with, in that they just simply aren't the same. Otherwise, we'd be talking about duplex zoning, and we're not. ADUs are completely different. They are accessory to a primary unit. They are not an independent unit. Other than that, we definitely appreciate the work that staff has done on this. We appreciate your contributions to making the ADU ordinance stronger. We very much would like you to consider no utility fees for ADUs. So thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Next up is John Ewey, followed by Peter Stewart.
So I would like to reiterate what Andy just said, but I would like to add some context. We just rebuilt our house that burned down during the Marshall Fire. And so I'm familiar with what it costs to build a house. In our rebuild, we didn't have the option to put in an ADU. Number one, we didn't have the money to build it, but we did stub out utilities over our garage so that one day we could put in an ADU. My wife's father is elderly, and he's getting to the point where he may need, care, so we would like to have him nearby. We have 2 teenage kids. One's in college, one's going into college. That may boomerang back. So it was in our interest to, give ourselves some options in the future should something like that happen. So, just from a purely practical matter, I did the calculations today. Even though they waived the tap fee, we would have to upsize our meter. And so we're looking at probably $25,000 for that. You add on that sewer fee, and before we even do anything to the ADU, we're already $30,000 into this. And we're thinking, the area above the garage is finished, but we're probably going to spend 50 grand at least to convert that to an ADU. And, the problem, we're in an area where the tap sizes are 3/4 inch. You get to Old Town where they're maybe 5/8 inch, and pretty much every single one of those, if they want to put an ADU, they're going to have to upsize their tap size. So, just from a purely financial standpoint, we're looking at, $100,000 to $100+ to put in an ADU. And I think a lot of people are going to look at that and say, I can't afford that. I know right now we can't afford that. So anything that you can do to, lower the cost and, make it easier for people to put in an ADU, I think the more ADUs we're going to see. And I think it's a great idea. I'm glad the council has adopted the ADU ordinance, and I would like to see, a good part of the city convert to that. But right now, the cost is just too much. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Up next is Peter Stewart.
Yeah, hello, Peter Stewart. Live in Old Town Louisville and part of the architects group that has studied this issue. I guess the point I'd like to make is just to clarify that ADUs are not multifamily housing. They're just part of a house. And we like to have the flexibility to use our houses in ways that make sense for us and which change over time. I mean, sometime, at one point in time, a certain house might have one occupant, or it might have 4 or 5 or 6. And it's no different between a house with an ADU or a house without an ADU. Those population numbers could change and fluctuate over time depending on the family and the family needs. The other point is just how much of a mishmash that Chapter 13 is right now, with the different kinds of fees and fee structures between a guest house and an ADU. And why would a guest house over a garage cost $37,500 in tap fees, and a ADU over top of a garage costs $5,400 in tap fees, or the space over the garage has a smaller sink and it would be 0 tap fees? So I think simpler is better, and I would lobby for a simpler approach to this. And so my recommendation is 1 water tap fee for a single family residence, and one sewer tap fee for a single family residence, and keep it that simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any other public comments? Okay. There'll be a second round here shortly. Council questions? Yes, council member.
So, Director Cower, what I've heard from you, right, is that there is, well, one thing, if maybe for you is, one, if you can kind of help people understand the verbiage of a tap fee. I think people get really frustrated and upset when they potentially are going to have a tap fee but not a new tap. It's like, wait a minute, I don't even need a new tap and you're charging me a tap fee? What's going on? So I think kind of helping explain what the purpose of the fee is, and why you call it what you call it. But to that second question, my understanding is that it's your expert opinion that these additional dwelling units, different name, but anyways, will likely increase the wastewater sort of usage, if you will, and that's going to have an actual cost to it at some point down the road. So we pay our monthly bills, but the point of the one-time fee, $5,400 in this case, is to cover sort of real costs that will be incurred over the next 20 years that we all pay into for dwellings. So that's I'll stop there. That's my question, is that, can you just kind of help us understand why we even charge this fee, where the money goes, and is it a real cost, or can we waive this because with the idea, like, it's not a real cost, we'll just waive it because it's not a real cost? I've heard from you that it is a real cost, so if you can talk to that.
Sure. I'll start with the first one, verbiage of tap fee. Just historically, way before my time here, way before my predecessor's time here, that's the verbiage that the city picked for describing a service line that connects to the system, whether it's water system or sewer system. Other cities may call it a system development charge. Essentially, you're just trying to create a cost recovery mechanism so that when someone connects to your system, they're going to have some usage, or if they do improvements to some existing structure that increases that structure's ability to use water, there's going to be an increase in usage from that improvement. But either we recover those costs of that additional usage, and that additional usage causes us to have to install more infrastructure, whether it's upsizing pipes in the road, larger pump stations, increasing our water treatment or wastewater treatment capabilities. These things all have costs. So people pay for those costs through tap fees or system development fees in advance. And then over time, as we collect those fees, we do those improvements. So I would just say you could call whatever you want to call it, but it's a cost recovery mechanism to provide infrastructure for those demands. Now, is it a someday cost and we can really just waive it? It's actually not. We're doing capacity improvements now and upgrade improvements now on our wastewater treatment plant. That has caused our utility rates to go higher. And in order to smooth out those rates for all of our residents, we have borrowed money from our water fund for a few years to smooth out those rates so that those costs aren't as a big impact to all the user bills. So they're not someday costs, they're now costs. We are approaching build out. We are getting to build out with everything we're doing. And so we're not like some city that is halfway built and there is a someday improvement 10 years from now. Our improvements are now, and it's very challenging to get it all right. So anything that is not charged through a system development fee or a tap fee is going to be charged on all users' monthly bills. There's no other pot of money that doesn't impact someone. So it's whether the person coming in pays that cost or whether everyone pays that cost. And that's up to the city council. The ordinance is very clear for the staff that growth should pay for itself. And how you determine what growth is can be subjective from you. So that's the first part. And then likely increased usage. As I indicated, we had done analysis to try to compare whatever you want to call it, multifamily, an ADU, whatever. It's a unit that has a full bathroom and a full kitchen, being a full sink, dishwasher, and you add up all those basic needs for a human to comfortably live in a small box. And that's what the utility sees. It sees the usage from those basic fixtures that you need. Don't forget washer and dryer, but you have those basic foundational components of life that people want. And so we look at that as a studio apartment, 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom apartment, or an ADU, or, you can get into the dynamics of a guest house, but guest houses also come with their own restrictions. A guest house should not have cooking facilities, and it should not have any commercial abilities. So if someone wants to do a guest house and not have much usage in it, there's nuances there, and that can feel like confusing, but those nuances come from our Chapter 17 code of how we describe the different facilities that people use within the city. So anytime you have a box and someone can completely live in it, then you're going to add a body, or you're going to add 2 bodies, you're going to add 3 bodies. I don't know. It depends on the family. It depends on the size of the box, number of bedrooms. But we believe from just the pure utilities perspective that when you add a complete living unit with those basic foundational things, and then if over time all those things are maximized, the utility, the infrastructure, and your bills have to be able to provide that affordably and equitably to everybody all the time. So we can't just pick, we really just think it's going to be minimal use, and you should go with that for this usage. This other usage, they have more. We have to take overall averages and then build in some conservatism so that on our worst day, we can provide the most basic core services that the world relies on. So,
other questions? Councilmember Hefner and then Councilmember Cooperman.
Yeah, thank you. That was really helpful, and I think you answered this, but let me just ask it again directly, which is, I think we've heard in the public comments a notion that the city can really add any number of ADUs and it's not going to increase the capacity demands on the wastewater system. It's not going to increase the capital costs necessary to keep up with the wastewater system. I mean, is that plausible that we could say add 300 ADUs and there's no increase in wastewater demand?
No, we know there'll be an increase in wastewater demand.
Thank you.
I had one question, just sort of a follow-up to Councilmember Dickinson's question. It's, I don't know, it's a little bit tangential, but I'm still curious. So would you say, like, so when we go in and we say, oh, we need to increase our wastewater utility rates in order to fund things that we're doing now, does that suggest that we haven't charged enough in tap fees in the past?
No, I mean, it's complex. You need to have a crystal ball that looks 10 or 20 or 30 years out, right? And then you do your best to set a fee that has cost recovery at this moment in time. And then sometimes when it's way out, you're trying to ride whatever construction cost increases are, what the world's doing. So, yeah, I mean, in some cases, you get full recovery. In some cases, the fees may not keep up with what was anticipated. In other cases, we have agreements with larger growth that comes in, and they just have a direct contribution for their infrastructure. So I think we do our best to charge an average cost and get that recovery from everybody and save it up and do what we need to do as quick as we can so we don't lose that buying power. Or on large projects, we get direct contribution at that point in time. So I do believe we have good cost recovery. I think if you look at our utility rate presentations, where we do comparables to other communities every year, we, as an aggregate of all our water, wastewater, stormwater, trash, we have one of the lowest, if not the lowest, utility bills in the region. And so I think we try to run lean and mean and responsible for all of you. And that puts our community in a very affordable position for their core service.
Okay. And then one other question. So ignoring ADUs just for a second, when we charge tap fees, say the sewer tap fees for multifamily, do we charge different rates for different size units or not?
We do not. I mean, you can start to slice everything in very fine terms, and that just gets very difficult. Again, we're working on averages with some conservatism, and it's just, no, we don't have a different fee for a studio versus a 3-bedroom apartment.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilmember Hamilton.
So I do have a question, but I need to first state that, philosophically, I agree with the statement that development should pay its own way. What I'm struggling with here is, our expert opinion from staff. For me, it's on one end of the spectrum here versus some expert opinion from individuals in our community and community opinion. There's like a wide gap here that I'm having a really challenging time wrapping my brain around. So I'll put a period at the end of that sentence. There's a particular chart here in the packet that talks about different municipalities, their water fee, their wastewater fee, and there's a number of them that talk about fee if the ADU triggers a tap size increase. Can you help us understand why, in your expert opinion, that's not the best option for Louisville within this ADU conversation?
Yeah, I think the best example is, so first off, yeah, you're going to get a lot of expert opinions on how to best run a utility or how to best create complete housing. And like many things in a city, there's a lot of competing interests. So they could be and are opposite ends of that spectrum. And that's the challenge you have all, is to strike that middle ground. So we're trying to be, ultimately, you trust us with millions of dollars from your bills every month, and we take that seriously, and we work conservatively with that. And so you have the ability as council to be less conservative than the staff. I'll just say that in your decision-making tonight. As far as how other cities charge, I think it was John? Yeah. John just gave a great example of the question you asked. He described he built. He's got a family, kids may boomerang, would love to have an ADU for them. When he did his calcs, he's got to go from, I think he said 3/4 to 1 inch, and that upcharge cost for the water was going to be $20,000, that's rough numbers. So that was our previous existing fee setup, or that is our current, prior to this ordinance, if it's approved, is you had to upsize. So that's in that chart of what all the other communities do, is if you hit a certain threshold, you go to a bigger tap size, and then depending on what their base fees are, it's going to be $10, $20, $30, $40, $50,000 to do that upsize. What we have said is we do want to simplify. We want to minimize what we call fixture anxiety when you add up all the faucets and toilets and whatever, and you try to keep it to a certain number so you don't trigger an upsize. We want to remove that, and we are removing that through this ordinance that's under consideration. And what we are saying on the water side is we'll just simplify to like, yeah, your parcel, you can build a primary residence, and then you can build a detached or a attached ADU. And we're not going to charge you for that, and you don't have to worry about the upsize cost. So you just heard a description from actually one of our users of his challenge under that upsize condition. And tonight, we're proposing to simplify and take that problem away. We're still proposing the wastewater fee. That doesn't have anything to do with the upsize. It's just a flat fee for that extra structure. This says there's going to be extra bodies there that could, over time, if everybody maximizes everything in the city, not could, will increase wastewater usage, which, if there's popular uptake, will be costs that could become significant. We don't know, but we have put a trial period of 5 years on this discussion to evaluate ADUs that come in and get constructed, track that address, and then see what we learn over 5 years.
And can I ask one more question? Sorry. So the other part of this that I'm struggling with is the 80% number for the multifamily unit. Were there any other scenarios considered by staff where if you would, instead of 80%, maybe it's 50%, or like pick your number, what that impact would be on your ability to continue to provide high quality services for our community?
I mean, for equitable cost recovery, we make decisions based off data. So the data in 2013 that had you and I as a one-to-one, if you go to the bathroom, I go to the bathroom, similar wastewater, that one-to-one carries through. When you compare the overall indoor use of the units of, let's just call it the multifamily for a minute, not trying to be anything disrespectful towards ADUs, versus a single family home. 12 years ago, it went from like 68 to 76, 78% of usage ratio. And we just went with 0.8 to be conservative. And then just in this last year, it was like from, let's say 69% up to 83%. So we just feel off of the data and actual usage that 80% number has been validated twice over time, and it holds. So we're giving you a data-driven recommendation. So no, we didn't just say, well, we don't like 0.8, we would love some other number that feels better. Like, we just don't have data to support that. If you want to get into subjective matters of, well, it'll just be for boomerang kids, so they're just here in the summer, or it's just our parents that come for a few months at a time, or they're visiting. We can't as the utility dive into those matters and be speculative with your money on how to be used. We just know we're out in a box. It's got foundational principles that provide a complete living unit. We have to charge for it.
That's all for now. Thank you.
Anyone else for right now? Okay, why don't we take, second round of public comment. Do we have anybody? I think we do.
Yeah, I would just like to respond to a couple things. He's comparing it to a multifamily unit, but multifamily units, can come in a 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom. So in the case of a 3-bedroom, yeah, you're probably at 80% of what a single family is. But in my case, I'm looking at a efficiency apartment, and there's no way that, 1 or 2 people living there is going to use 80% of what our main house is, where we have 4 people living in it. So that's one point. The second point is that we pay for our usage of water. And so if you use more water, which goes into the sewer, you're paying more. So there's already a cost recovery there. If you have somebody, using way more water than the next people, then, you're going to pay more for that water. And it's also tiered, so if you get into the next level of it, then you're paying much higher than that. So there is a cost recovery already built into the system. It's not just that the tap fees are going to pay for all this infrastructure. And the third item that I would like to raise is the infrastructure in our neighborhood's already there. We're not building new infrastructure that's going to be turned over to the city. It's already there. It's already functioning. They don't have to upsize our sewer line in our neighborhood. If we have, several ADUs in there, they may have to upsize the sewer treatment plant or the main lines, but I think that's probably a rare occurrence. But I just want to point those out. So, thank you.
Thanks, John. Any other?
Up next is Peter Stewart.
Yeah, hi, Peter Stewart again. Yeah, I mean, when you talk about data and predicting the future, I know that's a challenge. But what the data does show, and it was from that's in the packet, and the study from Boulder on Boulder's ADUs, and it showed that 50% of the ADUs were for personal extra space, and 50% were leased or rented out. So by that matrix, you could say, well, if it's 50%, maybe it ought to be 50% of the multifamily rate instead of 80%. The other point is measuring if there's really impact over time. Well, it depends on how you measure it, of course. There's all that, all the different ways of looking at things. I mean, if you look at average household size, I think the average household size for single-family resident is about 2.5 now, and it's predicted to go down over time. With the addition of ADUs, it may not go down, or it still could go down. We don't know. I really doubt the average household size would increase even after its implementation. And then staff mentioned the idea of tracking these properties for 5 years. Well, that's just not going to give you any good data because, one person might use the house in one way for the 5 years, then they might sell it to somebody else and they'll use it in a totally different way. And so, that's not really a predictor. The only way to measure it would be to measure average household size over the whole city. And if there's a difference after 5 years between the average household size between now and after ADU implementations, that's the kind of data you would have to look at. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any other public comments? Okay. Why don't we bring it back to council then for discussion? So we want to jump in? Yes, Councilmember Kern.
Thank you. Director Zucchero, this might actually be for you. Just to help anybody who's still listening tonight, to clarify the ADUs versus a guest house use versus somebody who's doing like an extra space over the garage that may just add a full bath versus a full kitchen and a washer and dryer and everything. How are we differentiating that for people? I mean, is there a simple way? Is it incredibly complex, like what I just listed, all the different options?
Yeah, so a guest house has been specifically defined in our zoning code for quite some time. And it's a use question and a physical development question. Like, you can't put cooking facilities in a guest house per the zoning code. You also can't rent it. It can't be occupied by some, another family. So it's still a single dwelling. So the difference is an ADU can be rented and there can be two different households than on that property. So that's the distinction. On a guest house, it's really a question of, I think, the number of fixtures, right? Because it's all one single-family unit. So guest houses under our code also are defined as detached specifically. We talk about guest houses as potentially being attached as well, but that's not how it's defined in our zoning code. So I think that's up to the utility on how they look at additions to homes. Basically, it's an addition to a home, or it's a detached structure on a home, but it's not allowed to be occupied. And so then it's a question, I think, of number of fixtures for the total property, and whether that triggers a 3/4 inch or a 1 inch is how I would look at it.
Okay, but let's say the gentleman who just rebuilt a home and has a space that's not been identified or finished off as an ADU, it would almost be advantageous for them then to say, we're going to identify it as an ADU. So what I'm trying to, I think, get at is there's so many options. It's, do I call it an ADU? Do I just name it something else? If it's in the basement that I'm doing or over the garage, it's not going to qualify as a guest house. And we're saying if it's an ADU, so you can use it for yourself. It could be a home office, My husband likes to make his own lunch at during the day, believe it or not. So like maybe I do want a small kitchen in there and it's just a home office. I'm not going to be renting it. Oh, or my mom's going to come, like we were saying, part-time use, or the kids are coming home for college in between jobs. And I guess my thinking is then, would it be advantageous for him to say, it's an ADU? I don't have to pay for the upsized tap fee.
Right. So again, I think it's how you use it. So I think if you are creating a unit that has the potential to be rented out to another household, then if you do not go through our ADU permitting process, then you would be violating the city code. Now, people could also fit out their house for different reasons and use it where they're not renting it to another household. That would not be a violation of the code.
And to clarify, it would not be a violation of the code to have personal use. You have no intention to rent it, and you did want to still add some cooking facility into it, but it's part of your home. It's in your basement. You have a second kitchen down there.
So so if it's attached under our zoning ordinance, if it is part of the house and it's not detached, yes, you can add. A lot of people have cooking units in their basements and things like that. The physical development of the attached house under the code. Now, I'll mention that hasn't been implemented for clarity. The city hasn't always implemented it that way, but the code is very clear in the definition of a guest house that it is a detached unit. So that's how it has been implemented recently, because that's exactly what the code says.
Okay. I would just add, from the utility perspective, a guest house, there's no cap on number of fixtures. Like we talk about a guest house like it's this little tiny thing over a garage. There's some large lots in Louisville that could technically build a large guest house with a lot of fixtures. We can't control that. But an ADU has very specific terms about how it needs to be built and the size limits.
Okay. But I think that one of the interesting points, and Peter just brought this up, was in other communities, how the ADUs are being used is about 50% full-time and 50% part-time use, like for personal reasons, what have you, not necessarily renting them. And so I think using the 80% number seems high to me, when on average, by just going by surrounding communities that are doing more of this, I think 50% would probably be a more equitable price point. It would still allow for the wastewater fund to not be depleted, because after having just gone through this, that came through the city, through finance committee, we were concerned about it. The wastewater fund was actually being depleted. We've moved resources. And just for clarity, if that becomes too low, I'll ask you, this is a question, and we need to fund it because we did not charge for these new ADUs and they added to the system, you will then need to increase the wastewater charge for every household that has a utility bill within the city limits, correct?
Every household, yes.
And that would mean some of our lower income families in parts of our community would see an increase in their wastewater utility bill if we don't make sure that the reserves are there by at least charging something for the ADU development.
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is where I kind of come back to, I like the idea that there is a contribution to the fund, that it helps long-term improvements, but I think that asking for 80% when I don't think citywide that's how it'll be utilized, that's part of like our discussion to base it on some of the statistical data. And it could be changed in the future, is that correct? Like, let's say, like you're doing a survey for 5 years, we find out, oh, we really kind of messed up. You know, these need to be more. 50% isn't enough. It needs to be 80% of a multifamily. We could increase it at that point in time.
Correct. We could bring in an ordinance forward for council at any point in time with any type of adjustments the council would like us to look at.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dickinson.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think it's super complicated, right? We've kind of talked about these things, and apologize for the anecdotes, but you know, we have an exchange student coming to live with us. They get here on Friday. Right, so we're adding a human to our home, and there's no, again, we're not policing that. We're not talking about what that means for what I pay the city. Now, in usage, maybe, right? But we don't have to go back and say, oh, you have 6 people living there? And then when he moves back to France and my daughter goes to college, I don't get a discount. I don't get money back. We're not going to go, you know, do research 5 years from now and find out if our sewer tap fees were accurate for all people and then give rebates back. We're not going to do that, right? So we need to have consistent rules, and we cannot, my understanding is, play the game of, well, I wonder how it might be used or not used. Like, if I'm going to build an ADU, there's an assumption that I have the right to use it as a separate housing space for a separate family, and I can rent it. And because I can use it that way, the only time to ever charge me this fee is when I set it up. And so I don't mind there being a fee. I think the fee makes sense. We have it for every building we build in the entire community. It just sort of, it makes sense. But this is unique. It's ADUs. It's a little different. It's on a lot. You're already connecting into the other. I get why it's more complicated. For me, I feel like this is a cost. It has to be paid for. The question for me to this body is, should the homeowner that's building the ADU pay the whole amount, even 100%? Should they pay 80%? Should they pay 50%? Should they pay nothing? If they pay less than what we think they're going to cost us, who pays for it? So do we spread it out among every single resident's utilities? That would work. Or do we do a grant program where we're going to, from the general fund, give rebates for sewer tap fees for ADUs, where we're going to use our general fund for that? That's still the taxpayers' money. That's their money. Guys, we got to end. My alarm's going off. That's still their money. So the question is, should the person who's building it pay for it? Should all the residents pay for it through utilities? Or should all the residents pay for it through their general fund? But it's going to have to be paid for. And so if we agree it's a real cost that someday is going to be paid for, it's just who's paying for it. And I'm actually okay with saying ADUs are a public benefit to the community as a whole, that our community wants more affordable housing, and ADUs are one way we get that, with both a smaller unit that's affordable and income for the larger home, which makes their housing more affordable. So it's a two-sided affordability. It brings new people to our community that are going to shop and bring revenue in that way. And it is a public benefit that we have ADUs, and then we support them and encourage them. So we are willing to say, every resident in Louisville, you're going to have a little increase in your wastewater bills over the next 10 years, because that's what we want to do. We want ADUs. Or we say, yeah, thanks for providing it, but you have to pay for it because it's going to cost something. Or like I said, we go a different route through a grant program. But for me, it's a cost that has to be paid for. And so what I'm not doing is saying this is an unreasonable cost. It shouldn't be put on anyone. I believe it's real. I believe we'll have to pay for it. And I'm okay with the political statement of saying, I want the entire community of Louisville to pay for ADU wastewater. And then we say, yeah, we're waiving the tap fee, but not because it doesn't exist and not because it doesn't cost money, but because we're going to take that burden on. But then we have to own that 3 years from now, 4 years from now, when Kurt's come back and saying, we got another hike, we got another hike, we got another hike. And like, why? Well, we've got 300 new ADUs and a lot more use, and it costs money. And we're not charging them, so yeah, we're going to have to pay more. So I think we just have to own that decision one way or another. And what I don't hear from Kurt is it's got to be this way, that way, or the other. But just know we're going to have financial issues if we don't collect this money. So the last thing I'll say, and I'll be done, is I don't think we're not talking millions and millions of dollars. If we have 50 new ADUs in 2026, 50 new ADU permits, I think that would be pretty substantial in 1 year. You're talking about maybe $250K one-time fees, right? So, and I don't know what that would be in an increased utility, but these are small. It's a $5,000, not $40,000. It's spread among everyone, not that much on their utility bill, or $250,000 against our general fund. These aren't millions and millions of dollars. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars. So I'm comfortable kind of any route we go. I just want to put all that out there for myself that, like, I think it's a real fee. It's got to be paid for. Who do we think should pay for it?
Just a sec. Let me, Councilmember Hefner, I'll come back.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with the framing of the issues as a who pays question, and do we have the household that's essentially causing the cost or likely causing the cost pay, or we socialize it. I hear what the Mayor Pro Tem is saying about there may be a case for socializing it. I'm not sure utility rates are the place to put that policy. I think when we start trying to make policy through utility rates, things get confusing quickly, and they're confusing enough to begin with. So for that reason primarily, I think I would stick to keep it simple. Let's try and recover our costs from, approximately, and recognizing it is approximate and based on averages, approximately the households that are causing the costs.
Thank you. So to kind of build on that, I think, we went ahead and did a set aside for housing, and it did come from the general fund. It is taxpayer funded, but it was to encourage housing. And we've talked about some of the ideas around using that to incentivize some lower cost housing coming into the community is to help with some offset, some like permit fees or impact fees or tap fees for the construction of more like attainable or affordable housing. So since we have that fund set up, this could be something that, if just an idea to build off on, right? We do actually have a dedicated area. We could essentially cover what the city, the staff feels it will cost for the wastewater fund, like how much we need to put into it. And that fee is essentially waived to the resident, and it is automatically funded as part of our housing initiative, essentially, from that housing fund that we have dedicated funds into already. That would be one way to go with it. The other way is to say, it is going to be paid for the person who is building the ADU. If they are renting it, they're going to be benefiting, not the larger community. Profit-wise, right? And I don't necessarily think that we need to charge the full 80%, because I think averaging it out on how it is used, yes, everybody will have 100% of the option to rent it and have it be full-time occupied. But I think the reality is that's probably not the likely scenario, and we see that in all of our surrounding communities. And that's where I say, let's cut it in half. It feels like it would still be a reasonable price to pay to build an ADU and have it as an option for multiple things to do with it, whether it's rented or just use it. The wastewater fund doesn't get depleted, and it puts into the system what's necessary.
Others? Anybody else? Go ahead, Councilmember Cooper.
I also really appreciate the framing that Councilmember Dickinson did. I think we could carry that further. Like, we could go back to the water fees, right? Where, I think what staff is basically saying is that, because of the offsetting by having a lot of ADUs put over irrigated turf, right, we sort of on average don't really expect an increase in demand, right? But right, you could then ask, is it fair for people who don't build an ADU over irrigated turf, but rather have build an attached ADU or something, but then still irrigate all that lawn, should they essentially have those costs socialized to everyone else? So I don't know. I guess in this particular case, like, I do feel like that having ADUs in the city brings benefits to the community at large. So I'm okay with socializing some of the cost. But I still feel like, individuals are making decisions to build an ADU or not to build an ADU. And I feel like, making that decision, they should still bear probably most of the cost. So I don't know, I don't know if we'd want to look at something more fine-grained in our ordinances about exactly how you build your ADU. But at least for the wastewater fees, I'd be willing to consider going a little bit below the 80%. I'd also entertain something more complicated.
I guess just a couple of points. I certainly agree that the cost is the cost. To the point about the difference between a tap fee and, the monthly charge. I mean, the tap fee is for infrastructure that goes along with, or a part of the infrastructure that's going to get built eventually. And if you don't happen to be in a neighborhood that needs something more immediately, somebody else in the past paid for what you have. It's just, it rolls along. I am likewise concerned, as Councilmember Hefner is, in trying to, I think, do too much with utility rates. And what I mean by that is we have already been required to, I think it's a good thing in the end that we allow people to build ADUs here, and that the state kind of pushed us along into that. That's already a benefit to the city. I'm not sure, but whether we would have taken a little longer had we not had that requirement. It's just, who knows? But my, I guess my belief is that people are going to use those to their best and highest use, and they're going to recover, they're going to rent it out at a market rate or something like that. They're not necessarily going to use it for kind of affordable housing. I think to the extent that we want to incentivize people to do that, and I think we should, that's something I think we do outside of the rates, or the tap fees. I just don't think that's the place to do it. I think where it's appropriate to do that is Councilmember Kern suggested one option. There's probably others as well. And I'm concerned about the idea of socializing costs where the benefits inure primarily to the homeowner and the costs fall on people in the community, people who don't have that much money, people who are on fixed income. And I don't see being able to make a really good case to them that somebody over here who's getting an ADU, which is a good thing, and renting it out at a market rate should be able to socialize the entire cost of that to get a break on the fee. I think having the ability to do ADUs is a social good in itself. And if we want to make more out of that, we do it outside. So that's my take on it. I really appreciate the incredible amount of work that goes into the development of utility rates and tap fees and all of it. It's incredible. And I know from having talked to the city manager about it, and I know, or I at least can appreciate all of what's gone in there. I don't want to second guess that. I think I'm willing to take that as a given. I'm also not saying that we can't change the number. I just am sitting there thinking, well, how do we make a principled decision to move off of like 80% on the water tap when that's just a guess. And I don't know, I'm a little uncomfortable with that. But I think having another discussion later about how to help those who are using their ADUs to not just create more housing, but create more affordable housing. That's a separate discussion and a really important one to have, regardless of what we do here tonight. But I'm having a hard time rationalizing to myself that we somehow kind of twist this, twist these numbers into something other than what we've got. So that's my take. Anyone else? Yes, Councilmember Hefner.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. So I move we approve ordinance number 1900, series 2025.
Second. Any discussion?
I would like to make a friendly amendment to the motion that the calculation be 0.5 rather than 0.8 to reduce the fee.
I do not accept.
Any further discussion? Right, then let's take a roll call.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
No.
Councilmember Kern.
No.
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton.
No.
4-3.
Thank you very much. This was a really good conversation, I think. I appreciate all. And I know that because we look at utility rates, fees, and tap fee, we're going to come back to this at some point. There's going to be empirical information that may lead us in a different direction or a more nuanced direction. But I want to thank staff. I want to thank the public. I want to thank the architects that have put an incredible amount of time into this issue, and thank my fellow council members for a really robust discussion. All right, let's move, to item F, which is resolution number 56, series 2025, a resolution approving change order for the 2025 street resurfacing project, Washington Avenue Speed Cushion. We've got a staff presentation from Director Corr.
Yes, Mayor. Washington Street by the Coyote Run crossing has 4 speed cushions, which were installed roughly 2018, 2019. Since then, we've installed other speed cushions in the city, most recently Polk Dahlia Corridor. Those newer speed cushions, slightly different configuration, which has a little mellower feel when you're driving the car. We've received requests to retrofit the Washington Street speed cushions to the more mellow standard, which is our current standard moving forward. And before you is a change order for existing contractors that are working on our paving program for roughly $51,000. to do that retrofit on 4 sets of speed cushions. I guess I would also say about the speed cushions is we've tried different ways to position them across the road through development of our standards for Louisville. And we've did them in ways where the speed cushions did not encroach into bike lanes, at which point cars chose to drive in bike lanes to not have to endure the speed cushions, at which point bicyclists complained that now there was another unsafe condition, at which point we install pylons in some areas to keep the cars from going around the speed cushions, at which point we get complaints about the pylons protecting the bike lane from the speed cushion. So regardless of what we try to do to adapt, somebody will be unhappy. We believe the standard that we're pushing forward, which is speed cushions that have been adapted to Louisville Fire's desires of spacing for their trucks to respond fast, and for the speed cushions that will encroach into bike lanes but have white markings on the ends so it's clear that there's a grade change, makes all users be aware and not on autopilot and slow down around areas where we're putting speed cushions, which are areas around recreational crosswalks or school crossings. So that is what is before you, is a retrofit of 4 speed cushions for $51,000 using existing contingencies from our paving program that is going well, and we don't anticipate it'll be additional budget impact from anything you've already approved for the year.
Okay, council questions? Councilmember Cooperman.
If we didn't use our contingency funds, they would basically just be turned back into some program. Is that correct?
Yeah, any contingency fund for paving goes back into your capital fund reserve.
Okay. And I wanted to re-ask a question which I was still not quite clear about. So currently, some of the speed cushions on Washington have those reflective pylons in the lead up, separating the bicycle lane from the driving lane. If we did the retrofit, would we just remove those entirely, or would we retain those reflective pylons?
Moving forward, we would have no pylons.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilmember Dickinson.
What will be the biggest complaint when you're done?
Depends who rides it first.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, why don't we take public comment? No public comment? All right, then let's come back to council for discussion. Any further discussion? Councilmember.
I appreciate it. I mean, these have been pointed. We have many speed bumps in our town, and this strip has been pointed out as flawed. And so I think it's appropriate that we're fixing it. I don't think it's anyone's fault necessarily, but we do get a lot of complaints about these particular, I'll just call them speed bumps. So I think this is appropriate, and I appreciate you addressing it.
Councilmember.
Again, yeah, thank you for doing this. For 2 years, I've been talking about these. It was the first thing, and it's almost always the last thing I hear every single week from residents in the Ward 2 area who drive this. We just got an email recently about the dangers of trucks that are hitting this, and they're so abrupt that it like knocks things out of their truck, what lands on the side of the road, and we have residents cleaning up and picking up. So I think this will be an approved change. I haven't heard of any of that happening on Polk and Dahlia yet, so that's really good. So I actually move that we pass resolution number 56, 2025.
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Mayor, just want to take this moment for a PSA. The speed cushions are not designed to drive at 25 miles per hour.
Yes,
They're meant to slow you down below 25.
We'd still like everybody to slow down so that they can stop if there is a pedestrian in a crosswalk.
All right. The next item is executive session, and that is an executive session on real property acquisitions and disposition. So I'm going to turn it over to the city attorney for the next piece.
Thank you, Mayor. As noted on the meeting agenda, the city manager is requesting an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions pursuant to Section 5-2C of the Home Rule Charter and CRS Section 246402-4A, specifically as to appraisals and other value estimates and strategy. Prior to entertaining any motion, the interim city clerk will read a statement required by the city code.
It is the policy of the city to conduct public business and meetings open to the public. While in executive session, it is inappropriate to take straw votes, keep minutes, or to make any final decisions. It is the duty of each member to ensure that executive sessions are conducted in strict compliance with this ordinance, state and federal law, and any applicable provisions of the state and federal constitutions. If at any time the scope, nature, or parameter of this executive session goes beyond the publicly stated topic, it is the responsibility of the council to terminate and cease any further deliberation within the executive session and return to the public meeting. Only those topics described in city ordinances may be discussed in an executive session. Those topics are summarized as follows. 1, where federal or state law requires that the information being discussed remain confidential. 2, certain personnel matters involving only employees directly appointed by the city council and other personnel matters upon request of the city manager or mayor. 3, consideration of water rights and real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals, value estimates, and strategy. 4, legal consultation with an attorney representing the city with respect to pending litigation.
Regarding the authority for the executive session, Section 5-2C authorizes an executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, but only as to appraisals and other estimates of value and strategy. An executive session for these purposes is also authorized by the Open Meetings Law, Section 246402-4A of the Colorado Revised Statute. The request involves potential acquisitions of real property. And with that, Mayor, you may entertain a motion to go into executive session.
I move to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing real property acquisitions and dispositions, and that the executive session also include City Manager Diana Langley, Deputy City Manager Sama Fox, Community Development Director Rob Zaccaro, and City Attorney Kathleen Kelly. Can we get a roll call, please?
Mayor Lay.
Yes.
Councilmember Hamilton.
Yes.
Councilmember Cooperman.
Yes.
Councilmember Fahey.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Dickinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Kern.
Yes.
Councilmember Hefner.
Yes.
Okay. We will adjourn into executive session. And we will come back and finish out the meeting with a report when we're done. Thanks.
Okay.
The city attorney will now report on the executive session.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mayor and council, as noted on the meeting agenda, the executive session was for the purpose of discussing a potential real property acquisition, and the city council had such discussion. In follow-up to the executive session, the recommendation is that the council designate 2 members to attend meetings with the city manager and follow up on these potential real property acquisitions.
Kathleen. I guess I'll nominate Councilmember Hefner and myself, because it was on the letter that came concerning at least one of these properties that we're dealing with.
Second?
Second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Let's go back to the end of this. I think it's excuse me. City Attorney's report?
I have no report this evening. Thank you.
Anything to identify on future agenda items? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's a motion to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.